talk about the chess. And that's
Hello, hello. Welcome everybody back from the 55th International Biel Chess Festival here. And we have a very special guest here with us in the studio, the former world champion of Ishi, Anand himself. Welcome, Ishi.
Hi, nice to be here.
Right, and I'm very, very excited to have you here, of course, as all of the Swiss fans and chess fans all over the globe. We have quite a few viewers here watching us, the games so far. Perhaps very, very shortly before we switch on the games, because the games have already started, what are your impressions about Biel?
Well, I enjoyed my 3 tournaments here very much. The first time I played here was 1988, so I was very young. And of course, some dramatic moments. The tournament didn't really go my way. I remember, of course, my famous 6-move game with Zapata, but then I managed to beat Jörg Hickel a few days later and then limp out. Then the Interzonal in 93 was again quite a stressful event. I qualified at the absolute last minute, only after all the results had been completed. It was quite a traumatic event. But the third one is one of my best memories. I mean, my win in 97, I think it's seriously one of the best tournaments I played, I mean, in terms of level. And in general, I like being here. I mean, it's nice to come back to the Congress Center Room after so many years. And it's always a big chess festival, so you get to meet a lot of people here. And it's very nice indeed.
Right, of course, we're again very happy to see you here. Perhaps before we switch on to the games, because the games already have started, I'm absolutely sure you're going to have a lot to say about some of the games. Perhaps in a few words, how do you see so far the results of your countrymen from India, how they're playing so far here?
Some of them are doing well. And in fact, I just met 5 or 6 of them down here during the break. Bit of a tough start for Gukesh, especially because in the game with Naidich, there were many moments he could have just exchanged queens, and it seems to me you're really only playing for 2 results.
Right.
And so I'm not sure what went wrong. I am curious how this one will work out with Le Quang Liem.
Yes.
It seems to should be an interesting kind of topical Ragozin.
Yeah, so perhaps we can switch it already. I think, yeah, that should be the top board. You can see them here on the screen. What is this opening, to be honest? Very quickly, I look at it, I don't even recognize.
Well, it's a Ragozin, and the thing is, B6 is now kind of topical.
It's like here.
Yes, yeah. B6 alternatives, but now it seems that also Fabi played B6 a few days back, and which makes anything topical. So.
And F4 is the usual way to respond, I guess, no? Or
yes.
Is it?
Again, the obvious move would suggest itself is bishop takes c3 and bishop b7 after f4, I mean.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But anyway, bishop d6, I'm sure they know what they're doing. You
Right.
can't go e4 because I guess bishop takes f4 and queen d4 check.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
And so you would have to play. No, sorry, that doesn't work because
No?
I have e5 at the end. So you go bishop f4, rook f4.
Oh, rook f4, queen d4, here,
And
here,
then e5 wins. Yeah, no, you can't
Wow.
do that. So
So it's really
e4, no, e4, bishop c5, knight g4 is just going to be very
Mhm.
strong. And queen
Yeah.
d4, queen h4, everything is there. So
Right.
that's not good. And then bishop e2, bishop b7, bishop f3, takes. I mean, it's a question whether you want to play bishop b4 instead of queen d7 and fight for the square, but maybe there is no need to hurry. You
Right.
can just play queen d7 and black has got enough. I mean, bishop c5 check, bishop d4, so moves like that. I'd say black is doing well, but maybe Gukesh has some ideas.
All right, and maybe perhaps you have some inside information. How mentally strong is Gukesh? Because for him it was yesterday quite an unfortunate turn of events. After the great start, he had 3 victories at the start. Then happened this terrible blunder against, I believe, Salem Saleh in the final round of the Chess 960 tournament. Is this still in his head, or he's just always playing without no emotion?
It's difficult to tell. These things affect you a lot, but hopefully he's managed to recover a bit during his sleep, and because you want to focus your energy on rapid. Again, you're switching formats, and normally it takes me more than a day to be able to switch formats because you're thinking in one way and then you have to think in another. So hopefully, obviously I'm hoping he has a good tournament, so rooting for him in that sense, but we'll see.
Right, right. So this position should be pretty much fine for him, I guess, right? If black is not going to do anything immediately, like bishop c5, knight g4, he has the center, I guess.
Yeah.
Right. All right. Maybe let's do it like this. Of course, with you here with us, we are going to mainly focus on Gukesh's performance here, but maybe we can do some sort of a recap, check what is happening in other games.
Sure.
So I think we could move to the second board. The current World Rapid Champion, Nodirbek Abdusatorov against Vincent Keimer. And I think I have them on the video here. All right, this looks like Trompovsky from the first side.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, indeed. So very quickly checking the opening phase, bishop g5, take it, e4. I mean, maybe you can tell it from your experience. You have played a lot of Trompovsky. Do you like it from the white's perspective? Do you believe the bishops are going to be, in the long term, very important thing?
I have not played it anywhere near enough. The only thing I can say is I played it in a crucial game against Karpov when I needed to come back in the 6th game. So I was looking for something a bit offbeat. But I'm not a great expert in the Trompovsky. I have the feeling that if black knows what he's doing, he should be okay. But of course, many people have come up with a lot of creative ideas. And as Abdul Sattar was showing, you can just play chess. You play some ideas there. It doesn't have to be very elaborate systems. You just play something and you try to squeeze something out. I'm surprised that g4 happened. What happens after knight h2? Probably queen g5 and f5, yes? Yeah.
Yeah, queen g5, f5, this knight on h2 maybe is disconnected somehow. So g4 is indeed on the board. Does white even have a choice? No, knight h2 is on the board. All right. I do know this idea in some positions, some systems, that g4, queen g5 is played, but not with a queen on f6. But maybe this is, still the same.
Like it comes up in Italians and things like that, g4, queen g5.
Yeah, right.
Well, anywhere where there's a pawn on g5, I guess.
Right. All right, queen g5 is played. If you would have to choose a side, whichever would you choose?
I have the feeling that white is better here, but I can't really say why.
Right.
First question is, can I go queen d2 or queen c1?
Queen d2, queen c1. So you want to trade queens, right?
Well, and then to target this g4 pawn maybe slowly.
Right.
Or the other thing is to just play knight f1, e3 and g3.
Knight f1,
So that's another plan.
E3.
Maybe black has c5, so
To open the locks for bishop, yeah.
or at least start undermining d4. Like I said, it's one good thing is that you have a lot of space to think.
Right.
The other question is, can you just play f4 instead of
f4.
knight f1?
Oh, instead of knight f1, yeah.
Yeah.
f4, take it.
Gf, yeah.
G takes, yeah. And tuck away the king to the safety somehow, yeah. Maybe g1 or something. Maybe without king f2 even.
Even, or f4 is coming, and then
Yeah.
king d2 and bring something to g1. Could be an idea.
King d2. I guess this is the new normal in modern chess, right? King on d2. I mean, we already saw a couple of times here in Biel.
The new normal is that anything goes.
Actually,
So-
Vish, I have to say it because you are an author of a very famous quote, which I still remember up to this day, because I remember some time ago, I was really concerned about if I make a weird move and I'm like punishing myself deep inside, if this is looking weird. And you were the one who once said, I mean, not to me, but the general public, you don't care if it's weird. If it works, it works.
Yeah. This was one of the punchlines of, I think it was my training with my team for Sochi, that at some point we were talking about how ridiculous some of our ideas looked, not were, but looked. And then at some point the team said, well, but if it works, it works.
Right.
And this became a kind of motto for us.
That's my motto right now. So yeah,
Yeah.
I also really like it. And after that, it was a lot easier to make the moves because, yeah. So I'm not the only one. Right? Yeah. So this is promising.
He's
a
gone
lot.
queen d3 actually. No, has he?
Queen d3?
Yes, he's gone queen d3 and
Mhm.
e5 has happened. That has happened, yeah.
Mm-hmm. E5, right? This
But
is
this suddenly looks more plausible for black. By the way, maybe this is also the answer to f4, gf, gf, that black should play e5.
for
If you remember the
GF.
previous move, I suggested f4 instead of queen d3.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe black had to play e5 to stop,
Here.
yeah.
Yeah. Take, and
And then
E5.
e5 is to stop f4. Maybe that's a decent plan.
Mm-hmm.
I could still go king f2 and so on, but you know, with two bishops, you don't really feel the white king should be that happy.
Right. Yeah, so a lot of possibilities here. Queen d3, of course. I don't think that white really expects that black is going to miss the mate, but just in case it's closer to
Well,
castle
black
and
didn't.
long.
He immediately went e5 and shut that one down. But it makes sense as well because black needs to play e5, ed4, c5 and break this thing so that he gets the e5 and c5 squares.
Right.
So he'd be, and of course, the queen h7 is not a threat. You can move the rook easily or defend it some other way. So
Right. Also,
e5 is a good move. I like it.
yeah, e5. Yeah, I also like it.
And then knight f6 is coming, and this looks great for
black.
Yeah.
Also, I would like to remind the dear viewers that since we have Anand here with us in the studio, you can use this opportunity, perhaps ask some very interesting direct questions to Vishy himself. I'll try to relay the question, and maybe you're going to get an answer to a very burning question which you would like to ask the former world champion. Okay, I think we are going to simply switch to another game, and number 3 is Gata Akamsky against Salem Saleh. Let me change everything, and yeah, here we go. Okay, what is this? What is this? What is this?
I mean, it sort of feels like black should be okay, but in theory, white has the better pawn structure because d4 is more solid, and it's the pawn on b6 which is slightly loose.
Right.
But how to actually do something with it is another story. If I go knight a4, the idea is just to put queen b2 and pile on the big pawn a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Or
Yeah.
should black disentangle? Because if black doesn't want to release the tension with e4 or something, or ed4,
Mm-hmm.
so something like this, queen b2.
This is always sort of a fair for whites, right? Because you have a better pawn structure, and black has weaknesses to worry about.
Correct. He has the two pawn islands, as they say,
Mhm.
and this should be nice for white.
Yeah.
Except there's something specific tactical, like knight b4 here. So ed4, let's just try it. cd4, knight b4. And now, yeah.
No idea
I
where to
think-
put it.
And then bishop e7.
Ah, bishop e7.
So now what I've done is I've solved the problem of the b6 pawn, and then I can land something on c2 and harass you. This is quite typical when you have the two bishops and things, though even though structurally white is better, thing. But if I play knight c3, for instance, I don't really see how black is going to follow up.
Mm-hmm. How did actually all of this happen? I mean, I have to check it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, oh, c3. I mean, does this opening even bear a title? Indian Game Nights Variation, just.com board says. I'm not sure what that is.
I'm sure Gata could rename it after himself if he wanted. I'm sure he's done it many times.
Okay.
And it's just practical. If you don't want to play bishop g5 and deal with some specific response like c5, you simply start with c3 first, and then you restrict black's options.
So c5, I guess you want to take it.
Take, and maybe you don't get the pawn back with black. So
Take, and
that
hold
might be
on to it.
cautionary,
Yeah?
Yes, and b4, and you hold on to it, right?
Okay. That's the modern chess right there. All right, so c3, bishop g5, knight e2. I guess white's idea was to take the center with e4, d4, so d5 is normal.
Mm-hmm.
And c5. And now he doesn't take it. What do you make of that?
Here, can you really take it? Hang on.
I have no
Let's
idea. Take it. Maybe it's somehow lost back. Some knight e4. Oh, knight e4 probably no. Queen c7, b4, knight e4.
But then take and knight d4, no?
Take here, b6.
It looks suspicious.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. So he didn't do it. Queen b3. You know, I never really visually understood which is the moment when black takes on b3 in the he's happy to take on b3 and when white takes on b6 when he's happy. Is there some kind of a general understanding? I mean, whose favor is the open A file? Because I think if there's something like c takes, then of course taking on b6 or b3 is better.
It's related to the position a lot. First of all, where the black bishop is. If the black bishop on f5, that's quite crucial because it's taking away some key squares like c2 and b1. The other question is, can the white knight be on c3 when cd4 happens, or is it on d2 like it is now?
Mm-hmm.
But as a rule of thumb, I think if queen b3, a b3, this should be very nice for white here. Queen b6 is not obviously good for white. It depends on whether white's bishop was on f4, for instance, and it's able to go to c7, or it's on g5. It's dependent on the position, but it's quite interesting. Also, it comes from lots of different structures. First, the bishop can be on f5, and the black bishop. And second, the pawn could be on e6 instead of g6. Then it matters a lot if the... and so each structure has its own implications. I don't feel like there's a very easy rule of thumb.
Right.
Besides experience. But Gata certainly has a lot of experience in these kinds of positions. He likes playing these quiet systems, which was his strategy for decades. I'm a better middle game player. I would like to have a word with you in some position that you did not check before.
Yeah.
So that's been his approach for a long time. And
right. Yeah. So indeed, now he played c4, and the white was not happy to take on b6, I guess, because of the included pawn on a4. After the trade, maybe bishop c2, the pawn is a problem, or he's just preparing to play b3.
I mean, I'm not sure that queen takes f6, b6, and bishop takes f6 is not a reasonable plan for white.
You mean here?
Yeah, queen takes b6,
Take
a
it,
b6. And bishop takes f6. I would get rid of that thing as well, and then play maybe b3 and knight b3. So rook fc1, knight fd2. So it's not that b6 and b7 are weak because I'm missing the b1 square, but white has his trumps as well, I guess.
Right. I have to ask though. I mean, I don't have this knowledge. Are you in general a knight's person? Or are you a bishop's person?
A lot of people say that I'm a knight's person. I mean, the reason I say that is because for me, I wouldn't even notice that I'm moving the knights. I probably have, maybe this is something others pick up on. But I think too many people have told me that I'm a knight's person for me now not to be act surprised.
Right. Well, I can tell about myself. I used to be a bishop's person totally, but then I came to appreciate the power of the knight. So I definitely can relate to that. All right, this is how we got it. Takes, knight a4. I think it's indeed on the board. And whoa, knight e4.
Oh, and he's simply taking the bishop on e2. Okay, that is embarrassing not to have seen.
Okay.
And so that is equalizing on the spot. Yeah, sure.
Right.
So maybe he had to come back knight b3, actually.
You mean here? Knight b3.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, knight b3.
The thing is, white can take his time because his pawn structure, the strength of his pawn structure is not going to change anytime soon.
Right.
But, so knight a4, well, brilliant of Salem to pick up this little thing.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Very, very nice way to equalize it now. We are going to get a very symmetrical position. I guess these pawns are going to disappear. I mean, maybe technically white can slightly push it if he gets the rook out.
On the contrary, I think after bishop e4, it's black that's pushing.
Black. I was
Let's try
just
bishop
thinking
e4 to try some queen g5 type move, yeah?
Yeah, that's why I said I want to remove these pieces. Then I'm trying to be a nice person here.
But bishop e4, because your knight on b6 is defended by the queen, so your queen can't go to g3 all easily.
Right, right.
And bishop e4, I don't think white black is going to be better, but maybe rook e1 is a simple way.
Rook
e1.
e1. Rook e1. Yeah, I'm not sure which one.
You can't put a rook on a2 because it's overloaded. The queen's overloaded then. It's defending b6.
Yeah, the knight on b6 is under attack. You can play rook
But here
a2.
I could go rook d2 and attack d4. And maybe that's a bit awkward for you.
Yeah, it looks really, really good. Yeah. So here Salem Saleh has some chances to take over the game. Probably it's equal. So I think we are going to still check the
I mean, after bishop e4, maybe knight a4 just equalizes on the spot.
here.
So yeah,
Knight f4, knight c5, knight c3, and queen g5 is just queen g3, right?
yeah. Then takes rook d2, and now I cannot go rook d1 because you take bishop c2 and you win the knight.
Right. So it's going to be lost.
But so then this might pick up a pawn, but I could go knight c3 and probably equalize.
Knight c3, rook d1. It's somehow a draw.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's somehow a draw. Right, all right. So there's a fair chance that this game indeed is going to finish in a draw. So we're going to check the fourth pairing today, which is Andrei Yesepenko against Arkady Naidich.
Okay, this is very nice because it's one of these positions where white is willing to push his queenside pawns to b4 and so on. White has absolutely phenomenal dark squares, and
How would
I would
you-
have to say that white is better
What is
to
better?
me.
This idea of b4, this has become again quite trendy, right? Because I think if you would show this to our ancestors, you play something like b4, you would be slapped or something because it just creates so many weaknesses. And yet, with the help of modern engines, etc., I mean, this bishop is worse.
Well, I think you nailed it. There are a lot of moves that would have surprised us once upon a time. But here the question is, yeah, so he's gotten in bishop d3, which is helpful because queen takes c3 is going to take with check.
Right.
And so he's gotten in bishop d3, and if he can play knight e2, he's got a beautiful game for life.
Right, indeed. So this bishop on
So
b7.
this is looking very healthy for Andrei.
Yeah. So Andrei is actually on fire. I'm not really sure if
He must have been inspired by the taxi ride we took together yesterday. So.
right, because you arrived yesterday
From Leon, yeah.
From Leon. Perhaps you can tell in a few words, perhaps your experience in Leon. How was it? And
We were both a bit tired when we got into the cab in Leon, but we got to Madrid quite fast. And then we took the flight here together. Then once we landed, Yannick picked us up. And the three of us, also Motilev was in the airport. So the four of us then came together to Biel. I think
Right.
Yannick's gone back to Zurich today, but he'll come back in the evening again and so on. And it was a good ride. We had some good company and
right.
had some fun.
There's an interesting question in the chat. Remember, I gave you the possibility to ask the questions to Vishy here, and let me just ask one to Vishy. If you compare Gukesh, Kaimer, and Abdusatorov, where do you see the biggest flaws in their game, and who do you think is the most complete player right now?
I don't know. I see them all at being at a stage where they're developing and changing so fast. Maybe Kaimer has the most organized, disciplined structure and preparation, I would say. Also, you can point to the influence of Peter Leko there.
Right.
But Abdusatorov and Gukesh are both very adventurous. They play a lot of very sharp and interesting openings. They have a lot of good ideas. I don't see the need to pigeonhole them this early because every year they will change. They will add something new. They're in this growth phase, and it's just nice to watch. So I think both of them are considerably more aggressive than Vincent. But Vincent is aggressive. Recently, I see that he's playing a bit sharper because he understands you can play good theory, but you also have to take some risks and things like that.
Right.
All three of them are rocketing up the ELO list.
Right.
They
Almost
have, they have
27.
all of them nudging 2,700.
Yeah.
Gukesh is now the closest after the tournament in Gijón. And Abdusatorov obviously has the World Rapid Championship in his belt, so that's a big achievement. And Vincent's had some very good results. He's doing very well in these online events where he tormented poor Vladi. And here we are.
Right, and here we are. So indeed, a bright future awaits all of the young players. We are probably going to go back and still continue to watch the game of Gukesh since we just talked about him. Here we go. So a lot of things have changed, and now the question is White having any real chances to win the game?
Zero.
Zero.
I mean, this pawn is about as worthless as it gets, and black is having king g6, f5 coming. I would try to get out. Okay, wait a minute. This last move, rook c5, maybe allows rook d2.
So so black gave up the d file, rook c5,
Rook d2 or even rook d1, because what I want to prove is that somehow rook d1, rook takes c3 check, and now king e4, and the king has a good square on f5, and the rook going to the maybe 7th. Some small hope.
Right.
So hang on, let's see if black could have done this better. After rook b2, I guess white is threatening rook b4.
Mm-hmm.
What could black have done? Could black have played f6? Here,
f6?
yeah.
f6. Okay, try to simplify. I guess I care about my pawns. Take, take. Don't really
Yes,
sure.
but here white would claim that maybe his extra pawn means something, because also now the black king is a bit looser.
But they do mean something, right? The extra pawns.
It's not a lot, but you feel it's just very close to a draw. But yeah, people do win these things.
Right.
So if he didn't play f6, he could also go king g6 instead of f6.
Uh-huh. King g6, right.
So he's trying to bring it f5. And if rook b4,
Mm-hmm.
which is what I think Gukesh's idea was, I can play rook c5 now.
Here.
The other one, yeah. Because now suddenly you cannot play king d3 because your rook is pinned.
Mm-hmm.
So you would have to play takes, or you would have to play king d2, in which case f4 will drop later, so you cannot do it.
Right.
I mean, without taking on c4.
Without taking, okay.
Yeah, so if you go king d2, then black wins the pawn ending. He takes on b4. No, you have to take on b4
take on
first.
b4, yeah. And this might
Take
be
on
just-
c1, take on f4, and then king f5, and black wins the pawn ending. So you can't do that. And maybe king g6 was about equalish.
Mm-hmm. I like it. Yeah, I like it also takes away from
Because these are
what's-
twin weaknesses, and there's a third weakness. In case somehow you manage to protect two,
Yeah.
you can go to rook a4, and there's still the a2 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So I would still say this looks dead. But now the position that's actually on the board, I would not give it a zero chance of winning. I think white has some hope. These are unpleasant positions to play over the board. You can play some f5, f6, or just king f5, and it's lovely. You get to put some pressure. So that was, if this has happened, then it's not, sorry, I can't tell which is analysis and which is the actual game. But it does seem to have happened, yeah?
The analysis is the small board, and this is...
Yeah,
I'm sorry, the live board. The
Yeah.
live board is a small board, and this is what we're shuffling.
Yeah, and so, but this one does look, I don't know about f5. It might be good, because if I give you a check on a4, you just go up the board. You go king d5, d6, and try to
Somewhere,
go.
yeah. Mhm.
Somewhere over there.
Mm-hmm.
But I would also like king f5 instead of f5.
Yeah, that's also I was thinking. King f5, rook
And then rook
d7.
d7 with idea of e6.
Yeah.
But it's tricky, because the moment I play e6, you have rook a5 check, and there are details to work out. But might be good for white.
Right.
But f5 must be good. Let's have a look at f5.
Yeah.
And
King f5.
what is Le Quang Game? He's gone, Liam has gone to...
This looks quite
King
unpleasant for
f8.
him, right?
So let's have a look. If I play
F6.
f6, you go king e8.
So f6, king e8. And
King f5, let's try.
king f5, we're sort of threatening with the e6. Although e6 is rook a5 check.
Yeah.
But black needs to make a move.
Well, I'm hoping for king g4, h5 takes a...
Okay, so we are maybe on king g4, king h5, king g7, and e6, yeah? And just promote the pawn.
Yeah. Well, let's say you go rook f3 check here.
Okay.
I'll go king g4, and if you go rook e3, I could play rook d5, and then go for this h pawn somehow.
Mm-hmm.
Or even drop rook d5, forget rook d5.
Just go away
Go
immediately.
king h5, rook takes e5, king takes h6. And now if g4, I go rook d4, and if you go rook e2, I go king g7. You're never able to take this pawn because of rook e4 check, and
Okay.
something like that. I mean, this is what I would see very rapidly. He's gone f6, so I think we are going
Mhm.
to see an interesting game here. But I think for Liam, it was quite... there was no need to allow this. After king g6, it would have been just a handshake time. So
Yeah, king g6, I think it was here, yeah. So
yeah,
king-
because also e5 was attacked. So after king g6, you cannot even play g5 because I have rook e5 check as well. So
Mhm.
this was very nice indeed. Oops.
Yeah.
This was very nice indeed for...
Yeah?
This seems like a concession, because look at, from a Gukesh's point of view, he's lost his weakest pawn and he's freed himself. So
Yeah.
he must be happy. Oh, he's gone to d5. I would have, like I said, I thought f5 was more attractive.
Yeah.
But
I wonder what he wants to do. Maybe somehow combine the mate threat ideas on the e8. Maybe king d7, try to snatch these
Wait a
pawns.
minute. I think. No. After king f5, we were analyzing this line: rook f3 check, king g4, rook e3, king h5, rook takes e5, king takes h6, and I thought g4,
Yeah.
so that when you go king g7, you have rook g5 check.
So g4, yeah.
Yeah, but now I go rook d4, and if you go rook f5, so that if king g7, you still have rook g5 check. I start with rook e4 check, and then I go king g6. No, then you have king f8. So that was the move. That was the problem then.
Uh-huh.
If I do this check, then you go king f8, and I don't have time to go to g7.
Right.
And if I go to g7, now you harass me with rook g5 check, and you're fine.
Yeah, but okay, I mean, this in rapid is probably quite tricky
yeah.
to spot it. Yeah.
So he's gone b5, and now Gukesh has gone king d6, which I don't understand fully.
Okay, it's still not.
Why didn't he play e6? Was e6 bad?
E6, yeah, I guess you want to create a pass pawn. There's no checks, no nothing. Take it. Maybe there's a check. Oh, sorry. Rook a6.
Then king f5, and then I go for the g6 square. And that must be the resigns, because the king has got full protection.
Yeah, somehow.
Okay, so e6, I think the move might have been rook e3.
And yeah, indeed he has played. Yeah, king d6, b4.
Now he can play e6. He
Yeah,
can
but-
play e6 now, paradoxically, because after rook a6 check, I have king c6. No, I don't have king c7. You have fe6 escaping. Sorry,
Yeah.
I thought I'm giving you mate, but now you play king f7. So
Yeah, yeah.
okay, so he can't play e6. What? I don't like this plan with king d6 too much, because I don't see how to break out. If I go king c7, rook c3 check, that's not good for me.
King b7.
He's done it, and after king b7, I can even play b3 and equalize.
Even b3.
And I'm just not in danger anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Rook e3 or rook b5 maybe is
Or
better.
rook b5, yeah. Okay.
So my guess is Liam has escaped. But I thought f5 was a better square.
Mm-hmm.
It feels better. Okay, on d6 is always going to be exposed to checks from the side.
Yeah. Yeah, so, yeah, indeed, and also it's what we have to mention here that Gukesh is down in the last 10 seconds, so incredible pressure. I mean, probably for Ivici, you've always been known one of the fastest players in the circuit. Have you ever really been in the huge time trouble?
Oh yes, a lot. I mean, I never got into time pressure for the first 10 years of my top career, but then at some point it has started to happen often. I mean, I was thinking more, I was calculating more and remembering more, and then inevitably this leads to some time pressure. But I think once upon a time, it would never have happened.
Right.
But obviously, famously, I lost a game on time in the first game of the candidates against Kamsky. So
Right, yeah. Yeah, so time management, of course, is a very big issue in chess. Here, a5, like Wang Liam is fighting, and actually I'm...
now I'm worried for Gukesh. I think
Yeah.
he should probably take his draw and get out, because... okay, wait a minute. Now we can do rook b5.
and
And I think rook a5, and he has his draw if he wants.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, just king c6 and repeat. And I go to d6 because the mate threat, I have a draw.
King c6, the black king is in the mating net, so black needs to give checks, of course. There's just one move, basically, unless he wants to play rook d8, which is not a move.
So the question is white still better? So let's just step back a second and see what's happening.
I guess a check.
Oh, this has happened, in fact.
Yeah, this
So
is...
he's just going to repeat, and then maybe... What?
Oh, b3 drops a pawn, right? Take-
No, wait. ab3, rook b3, I still don't have a thing. But wait a minute. ab3, rook b3, rook a5 is still a draw.
Take here.
And you still can't
yeah,
cash in. Well, you do that and repeat and keep checking on the...
check. Is it a draw somehow? I don't know. Maybe. This needs to be calculated. Now I see the bar. I see the bar says that white is completely winning. I mean, very quickly, cannot calculate.
But rook b8 check, I don't know, it's a mistake, because now after rook b7 check, I think the reason it was saying it was winning was maybe, let's try and find the win. Hang on.
Right.
Why was it winning instead of rook b8 check? So king ab3 is obviously a blunder.
Yeah.
Why was it winning?
Maybe it's...
You know what? I know.
Yeah?
Rook b8 check. King d7, e6 check maybe? And king e4. e4.
e4.
You need to stop rook f3.
Yeah, rook f3
Maybe
and
that's
f7.
winning.
Is this winning?
You mean F7, B1, and in fact, you distracted me. Yeah, sure.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe. Uh,
No, so what is the move? Why was it winning?
this maybe, no? Is it winning? But then again, B2 looks very...
Okay, let's see B2. Rook
Yeah.
F7 check, King C8.
But no, there's no way that White is going to win this.
No, that doesn't seem right.
Yeah.
So let's have a. But I don't know. Both sides are playing for a win. When I think one of them should be bailing out. I mean, I already wanted to bail out for Gukesh a couple of moves ago, and so it's not E6. It's not King D6. What is the move? Maybe it is E6.
E6. Okay, what was it again?
Yeah, that is easy, isn't it? Just E6 in Rook D3 check. I have King E4 winning,
Yeah.
and
so
if F6 King E6, then it resigns. We already established this.
the
King F5,
goes
King
to-
G6, and that's it. Game over.
That's why.
So that's what he has missed now.
All right. But that didn't happen in the game because now they have. Now they have this position. It's always quite tricky with these pawns on E5 and F6. Just one push and White is going to create an outside.
Yeah, but I
pass
don't
pawn.
think Liam is going to lose this. So probably a draw is the right result now.
Right. We do see that White's clock has expired. I don't think that's the case. No. We still have the time, but Gukesh definitely played with increment, plus 5 seconds per every single played move. King C6. King C7. Maybe it's a draw, right? Rook B5, King C6, Rook B8, King C7.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, like Wang Liang becomes ambitious. I'm not sure how it's some H4 Rook H3, if that's even an idea.
No, that isn't. But I think the point was the H4, GH4. Then if your rook was on D4, have rook F4 check is the only thing I could conjure up. But I don't think it's happening here. So
Okay.
this is probably going to be a draw.
Something like, let's say, King C7, Rook B4, H4, G takes.
And still, it requires you to cooperate a little bit. So I think maybe we can forget about this one.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Did-
So that's a draw.
Yep, they're still playing. Rook F3. Yeah, Rook F3 makes sure that White gonna play E6, F7, of course,
Yeah.
and draw agreed.
Draw agreed.
Yeah, very nice game. So Abdusatorov has won Vincent Keimer. Maybe we're gonna check this game in a moment. So first, let's switch.
What happened? I liked Vincent's position. So let's see how it turned around.
How it's a draw? No, wait. No, it's.
No, this
I'm
is
sorry.
obviously
Yeah,
one.
what one? Yeah, what one? So it was.
So the E5 happened, and
Then take everything as you
Yeah.
said. Yeah, open the bishop on G7.
with this intermezzo. Okay, rook E8. Oh, he didn't play rook E8. Okay.
5.
Why not rook E8? Because rook G1 winning maybe.
Rook E8. Rook G1.
No, rook G1 doesn't win, but F4 might win.
F4 and then Rook G1 or something and somehow combine.
Yes, queen at check and rook G1. Yes, okay, so that's the one.
Right. So yeah. So.
But now suddenly it's clear that
Oh,
white is better.
I'm
So
sorry.
maybe somewhere something got lost there.
Yeah, so somehow White started an attack. It's simplified. Oh wait, where's Black's exchange? He sacrificed it because the attack is too strong, right? He sacrificed exchange, and White just capitalized on the exchange. That's how it
Yeah.
happened. That's how it happened. So whatever happened here, you didn't really feel that White's attack is so strong, but because the king, is in the middle.
But it's true that maybe ED4 was premature because he could have waited a bit longer.
here.
Yes. Or maybe started with C5 and asked white to make an earlier decision. But allowing F4 in this way turned out quite damaging.
Right.
GF, let's just see CD4.
Okay. This.
Then he went E5, not F4.
Yeah,
That makes a
E5
difference,
immediately,
Because
yeah.
otherwise I had queen A5 check.
And
And
maybe.
rook E8, is it hopeless? So queen H7 check, king F8, and F4. And
Yeah,
there is
rook
nothing
G1.
I can do, yeah?
Yeah. No checks, no nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah, then this position is just bad, I guess. Unless Black can somehow stop White from castling long. Yeah, so White got a free attack, and there Keimer had already no choice but to sacrifice the exchange. Yeah, very, very interesting. Is there another game still running? No, I think all of the games of...
Oh, Salam beat Kamsky.
Yeah, so it comes
Okay,
to
let's
me.
see how that finished. Wow. Let's see how that happened, because great stuff from Salem.
All
Let's
right.
have a look.
All right, let's do that. Here we go. So we left it. We thought it's going to be a draw, right? More or less. I mean, maybe I was the one who said it's going to be a draw, but you said that.
Well, I was too. I mean, I thought there was a little hope for black, but I couldn't really see how it's happening.
Right.
But it's amazing that this position back turned out. But of course, we missed knight d4. So knight d4 is a great shot. Takes, ed4, rook here, queen b3 takes.
Yeah, this happened. Knight a4.
By the way, instead of knight takes b6, he could have taken on knight c3 and knight takes d5 as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying if he wants a draw, there are probably ways to get this.
Yeah, but still,
But
white
here the
probably
knight
needs
is
work.
really... Okay. So he went knight takes b6. What happened then?
Knight b6, bishop e4, rook d2, not queen g5.
So exactly... okay.
Yeah. So he couldn't play rook d1 because of some bishop c2 ideas, I guess. Quite smart. And he had exactly the same idea, but... Okay, I mean, I have to ask this question. How obvious is this draw? Is this even a draw? Because I always believe 4 against 3, it should be drawish, but of course you know a lot more about any games than I do, having the pawn pushed stage
I would
forward.
say it's a draw, but if your opponent tortures you long enough, people make mistakes. I'm sure the statistics are not 100%.
Right.
There are at least as many games where white contrives to lose these positions. I mean, there's so many dead drawn positions I've lost, my opponents have lost, that you learn to say, well, this is not a draw, it's an unpleasant position, that's probably going to be a draw. But
Yeah.
are you confident?
Right.
Viral is laughing over there. I'm
And
not
he
sure
just
why.
kept the bishop.
Okay, so knight d1, yeah.
Oh, yeah, this is not very pleasant now, right?
No, now that the bishop, Salem managed to really dominate everything with that.
Mm-hmm.
But if you're going to play g3, then I think you're better off taking on e4 and trying to make a draw like that. So knight
Right.
takes e4 here,
Yeah.
d4, maybe queen d5 is a good way to go.
Yeah.
And that, then all you have to do is to play g3 and h4 and then say, well, I know how to make a draw here and I'm going to suffer and I'm going to do it. And that's it.
Right, g3, h4, yeah. But still a long game ahead.
Yeah.
I mean, I recall seeing some positions in the Dvoretsky game manual where black was showing some textbook wings, but okay, I mean, I don't remember.
Unfortunately, we all see these manuals, and then at the board, you under pressure, you
Forget them.
you
yeah.
do some amazing rubbish.
Right.
So
Yeah, I can
Okay.
relate to that.
yeah, we all can, unfortunately. And then what happened with Esipenko? He won.
Yeah.
So smooth performance by Esipenko, but I think the position was too good for Esipenko to spoil. I mean, this is his bread and butter, I think.
Where did we left it? We left it. Ah, yeah, this amazing
Oh,
French.
wait a minute. This looks strange. It looks like he actually got some pieces trapped. Hang on, let's have a look. This looks more interesting than I thought it was. He took on. He went to b1. Okay.
Okay. Take on c4. Opening the bishop. Is that good? I guess.
I don't like it, but anyway, he went f6. Yeah. This doesn't look like progress to me.
Well, this is definitely a progress for black, I
Yeah.
think.
So what? Rook f5, knight c3. So he's just already saying, if you take on e5, I'm happy to not have to defend it anymore, and I'm going to go for the dark squares. Okay.
Right. Whoa,
Nice
Ruby.
little shot. Okay.
Oh,
Whoa, wait, that's a mate happening. So rook g3.
somebody's about to get mated. Yeah, rook g3, take.
I mean, already rook f5 might have been good.
Rook f5, maybe take it. Yeah, but this knight is actually not so good now.
Yeah.
Pawn on g2 is under attack. Okay, didn't happen. So what else happened is he played rook f2.
But that rook is trapped. How did he possibly win this? Hang on, let's have a look. How did this happen? a4 or what?
Okay.
Okay, you go rook h2, you take on h6, and then you move the rook out and you trap that thing. I mean, how difficult can that be? Okay, but there's nothing wrong with this. Rook takes c2 check,
Yeah.
and then bishop d3. But this is already some counterplay, no?
Yeah, but yet
Black was
white won,
probably
yeah.
winning, but he seems to have messed it up.
Right.
And suddenly you see that, okay.
Yeah. Okay. There's.
So far from the smooth bread and butter win that I claimed for Esipenko, he just...
You see, the final position
just
right now
blitzed.
is such a nice game, right? And let's not
I know
go
you
into
see,
detail.
you see where we left off, and then you see this, and you thought, this is genius, this is how you do it. And then you realize in between all hell broke loose.
Right.
Okay.
All right, all right. So indeed, a lot of action happened. So maybe let's do a very quick recap of our current results.
And the standings, yeah.
Yeah. So this is, I believe, round 3 results. So there's still no
Oh,
results.
three
of-
thing.
yeah.
But Gukesh and Lek Wang hasn't been entered yet, I think.
Mm-hmm.
They get a 1 each, right?
Yeah, 1 each. So this means that Abdusatorov beat Keimer with a very interesting, what was it, Trompovsky. Salem Saleh outplayed Gata Kamsky
Very nice,
and Yesipenko
performance,
up and down, right, so to speak. Let me check it once again if this is... No, I would like to check the standings, but the standings are not going to have Gukesh's final game. So Yesipenko has a perfect score, 3 out of 3.
Is Gata really 0 out of... wow.
Yeah. So,
Yesipenko's perfect, Gata's perfect, and then in between... Abdusatorov and Salem in hot chase, yeah.
yeah, so they're trying to catch him, and like Wang Liam and Gukesh, they have 1 point more. We don't have it yet here. The next round, I believe it's going to start. Let me check it when exactly it's starting in 5 minutes. So maybe again we can use this moment to
For a short break?
short break. Yeah,
Sure.
we can definitely do a short break. So. Yeah.
Stretch a little bit and then
Yeah.
we'll continue.
Yeah, let's continue. So we are going to be back in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with Vishy Anand here with us in the studio, who is very kind to provide us also the coverage of the Biel Chess Festival. That's us here with you, and see you in something like 5 minutes. Okay. Just a second. And we are back live from Biel, Switzerland for the 55th International Chess Festival. Today we are watching the rapid tournament of the Grandmaster Tournament. Here with us in the studio is the former world champion, Vishy Anand. And I'm Grandmaster Arthur Nations. So we will be following for the round 4 of the rapid tournament. What are your impressions so far, Vishy, about the tournament, the rapid in particular?
Exciting and hard fought. I mean, they're going at each other very hard. And the games have been fun to watch so far. Every game has ups and downs, and it's really good fun to watch. Some good material there. And you see, we even take your eyes off for a few minutes,
Right.
and some dramatic changes appear. So we left thinking that Esipenko had played a certain kind of game, and you come back and you find out it is totally something else. But
Right.
dramatic stuff. And
Is there a game you would like to start with? Yesipenko's game or Nidic's game? I mean, whichever game you would like to start with. Maybe.
sure, we can go to the Esipenko game.
Okay.
Now it seems to be cleared up.
Yeah, no, it's
Oh,
not
it is
draw.
a draw.
No?
It
Is-
says half there, but the result has been taken off from one side, so I don't know.
Okay. There is something weird because...
But they seem to be still thinking and playing, so I think this text thing is a mistake.
yeah, it cannot be a draw, right?
No,
Yeah.
it isn't.
Yeah, this is definitely the game. is
Also,
still
I
ongoing.
don't think they're going to stop so early, so let's have a look. H5 is quite committal, but by that logic is also H4. So what we have reached is a position where Black no longer has any breaks on the king side. He can't play F5 because G5 square is gone, and he cannot play F5. So what he's going to do is purely with pieces: Knight F8, Bishop G4, Knight E6, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
After H5, White maybe still has the option to go F4.
I guess
But
knight
he's
E2.
giving away the G5 square, but it's not quite as fatal for him. So Knight FD2 and F4, or Knight H2 and F4, something like that. I'd like to get in G4, but I don't see how, so we'll have to settle for this now.
Mm-hmm. I guess knight F8 still, right? Knight F8, take it.
F4, but then I could take, and maybe Bishop G4, Queen
that's-
C1, and then G5 might be
Oh,
good card to
G5.
play from this side. So probably better avoided.
Right, right. So I think this looks like Sicilian Rosalimo. Yeah,
Mhm, very
indeed. Rook E1, E5. Quite a thematic continuation. But there was one question in the chat before we very quickly move on. People really, really want to know your opinion about if Magnus is going to play Nepo again.
My feeling is his broadcast reluctance is at least sincere. Certainly, I experienced it as well, so I can easily vouch for it. That by a certain point, I was going through the routine of preparing for these matches, endless matches. They came 2008, 2010, 2012, 2013, 2014. I mean, I played 5, and in the end, I was set free by my defeat. And well, sad to say, but by the 4th or 5th match, and that too, without you just get a year's break or not even.
Right.
And it's frustrating. And on top of that, Magnus has even some other questions about the format. But whether he will actually stop, it's still a big step. Even if he is voicing genuine frustration, it's a big step.
Right.
Hopefully, he's been open to some debate, some dialogue, and hopefully both sides can figure something out. I think some of his points are valid. As I said, I experienced it myself, but we'll have to see what works for the system and what we can settle on. But there was a certain point as well where I also got fed up playing these matches, and it just happens to everyone.
Right. Yeah, I imagine it probably is a lot of stress. I mean, preparing again. I mean,
Yes, and your team members, but after a while they're a bit sozzled. I mean, they come there and it's the same thing, and we're looking at the same problems again. And everyone kind of runs out of steam. So clearly, computers have had a big effect in that. The computers are the analysis is going so far. It's harder and harder to find some big idea with white that you can even get a playable position in, and So there are some issues like that. But
Right.
let's see. I can't put myself in his place, but
But you can relate to that.
I can relate to it.
Right,
yes.
right. All right, yeah. So let's perhaps check what is continuing this game. So Knight of 8 indeed was played. And Knight H2, actually, this is a bit interesting. Not Knight D2, but Knight H2, I guess, taking care of the G4 square first. And Queen E2.
I don't quite get why Queen E2 was necessary. He could have sort of gone in with G4 anyway, right? If he wanted to do this.
G4, okay.
I thought that was his plan anyway. Now F5, I have this Bishop G5 intermezzo, so you don't have that.
Mm-hmm.
And otherwise, I play Queen F3 and continue on this quest, if you like.
Take. Queen of 3, King G2, Rook H1.
King G2, Rook H1, something like that. And then
Claim a mate. Mm-hmm. All right, it didn't happen. Yeah, for whatever reason, Queen E2 was played, just in case maybe White tries to keep all the options open.
yes, it could also be that he doesn't. He might play F3, Queen F2, and G4 like that, and that's an interesting plan as well. So let's say F3, and then Queen F2 is slightly awkward, so the knight has to sit on this thing, and then I could go G4. Yeah.
G4, G-Dax, King H1, Rook G1, yeah?
Well, something. I mean, it's not like I've seen this particular plan before, but it seems to be along the lines of H4, H5 at least opens up this area.
Right. All right. Let's maybe switch the game then, because this is still in the opening phase. Nadic against Gatakamsky. Oh, this is Berlin, right?
Yeah.
What is your relationship with the Berlin? I have to ask. Are you typical Berlin player or anti-Berlin?
I have come to respect the opening a lot because it's the one opening that survives almost bulletproof for the last 12 years or 15 years, something like that, and well, obviously even before. And what's even more remarkable is that when all these alpha-assist guys think when you leave them to analyze chess for a few hours, they come back and say, no, the Berlin's very good. They literally find it that it's a good system. Having said that, it's quite tough if you want to be entertained. Sometimes the games can be fantastic, and there are still rich areas there, but there are lots of areas where you can get stuck as well. So we all know the famous Berlin draws.
Right.
But it's
Would you
a good opening. I think nowadays I would encourage people to at least study the opening and play it a little bit because it expands your idea about what chess is like.
Would you play it? Queen E4, Queen D4?
I played it once with black.
Black
my
is
opponent did
acceptable,
it.
I guess.
I guess that's the thing, and I would do it sometimes. I mean,
Right.
it especially when you have 4 or 5 games in a day, you might want to take one off, and depending on your tournament situation, you might want to consolidate. So I don't. I think you have to make the format has to solve many issues. You can't expect.
Right.
But at some point, you can't have it too much. So you need to.
So there's like a quota, how many Queen E4 you can play?
Ideally, we would not publish this in the handbook, but we could keep it off
Okay.
as a convention, maybe. So,
all right. All righty, so this is Berlin, and again, A5, A4. You know, actually, I'm really amazed how many openings are having this pawn advancement, pushing the A pawn as far as possible. I know there's in this French King's Indian attack, A5, A4 very aggressively for black. In the Catalan, there's H4, H5. I mean, for some reason, engines like it.
yes, but I think it's especially strong as a response to C4. So that's an extra reason. But of course, A5 exists as a system on its own. So it's very typical for this position because black has a queen mass on the pawn superiority on the queen side, and so he can play A4 and B5 without weakening many squares because the other C pawn is still defending D6 and B6. So it's the kind of position where black is using his pawn superiority on the queen side, and that makes a lot of sense.
Right. Oh, knight B5, look at that.
Yeah, I was just wondering if knight F5 was possible, but boom, it seems to have happened.
Knight F5, and take it, and now he's choosing between, I'm not sure what, I guess knight B5
There is
should be
nothing to
blitzed out.
choose. You have to
Yeah.
go knight takes B5, and then the question is, should black play rook A5?
Yet he's thinking about something.
Yeah.
Sure, what?
Or king e7 or rook a5, I would say. And then knight c7 check, king e7. And what is exactly white's follow-up? I mean, he could repeat, but I don't
Is
think that's
this a mate? No, it's not a mate, right? It's not a
I
mate.
don't see the...
Yeah, not a mate. Not a
So
mate.
that does look like a premature thing. I don't see what he's getting for it.
Yet I see the bar. The bar says white is better.
Okay, so let's see what it might be. So knight takes c7 check, king d7. What else could I do?
So check.
Could
maybe?
I go bishop d2? I have rook takes e5, which is the point. Maybe g4. Maybe g4 is a good way.
All right, g4. Push
Because
the
if knight h4, then I have bishop g5 takes h4. And so you have to go to h6. And then I just play h3 and claim that your knight is even worse off than it used to be.
Mm-hmm.
And
Black is looking a bit awkward here. Difficulties to develop the pieces. G6 is bishop g5. F6 is dangerous. Maybe there's e6.
but let's see, maybe there should be something more concrete, right? Let's have a look.
I mean here, right?
Well, even without g4.
Okay.
Can I go bishop d2, rook takes e5, bishop b4 check, king f6, bishop c3. And then am I threatening f4?
Yeah, that looks really good. Actually, how do you get rid of the spin? You just don't, right? I mean, bishop d6, knight b5, f4.
Bishop, yes, and knight b5 and f4.
Or I mean, even take it, of course, in f4.
But then you go knight takes c4, f5, king
Ah.
e7, it might not be enough.
Aha.
So knight b5,
King e6.
um,
And this is somehow
no,
winning,
it's
yeah?
winning. Bishop b5, rook d5 check, rook e1 check, and then it's
Yeah.
end. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Right. So actually, that's a brilliant idea. Maybe got a bit careless. With
Yeah,
his
well, it's
knight
one or
f5.
the other. So let's try to figure out what's happening. So he's
Okay.
gone rook a5. That much is clear.
Yeah, rook a5.
Knight takes e7 check, king e7 has happened, and
Yeah.
now
This is basically the same.
and so the question is maybe bishop d2. What else? b4 doesn't make sense because what am I getting by changing that? So
G4, yeah, knight h6.
Okay.
And
And
not bishop
now-
d2. But bishop d2 looked pretty good, right? I mean, it felt like it's almost forcing. So this bishop b4 is a big threat. Take it. This is a big threat. This is pretty forced. That's how it felt.
but bishop b4, I could go rook c5.
Ah,
Bishop d2, rook c5. Bishop b4, b6. It's still, I don't see how black is freeing himself.
mhm.
Uh,
Sure, if I can play moves like that.
no, but then I go king e8 and what have you gained?
I'm
Well,
not
then I
sure.
go rook
Okay.
c6.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, okay, okay. It's too much. Too much. I just cannot resist put the knight in the corner.
sure. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But who of us can?
Yeah, none. Rook
Oh,
F5.
Salem and Nodrbek have in fact closed. So I would quickly
yeah.
check what happened there.
Salem Salek has made a draw because there's some pieces are
Ah,
missing.
it looks like some highly theoretical line. So, oh, a5 might be a significant improvement, right?
Well, I don't know this line, but it makes sense.
Yeah.
It makes sense to keep the bishop
What
on
is
b4
the other thing? Instead of knight f3, I think you go bishop b5.
here.
That's what I
Yeah.
remember.
Mm-hmm.
Again, not the greatest expert in the semi-tarash, but
Yeah. Bishop b5, bishop d7, and then where do you put the knight? F3, e2? I have no idea, really.
no idea.
All right. Yeah. So what happened here is that,
Oh, it's just fizzled out, yeah?
yeah, everything goes.
Yeah, rook e5, and then it's just a draw.
Yeah, because
Bishop e6. and
bishop
we'll
e6,
stop
rook
it.
b4, take on e2. So, all right. There's not much to see. I mean, this is actually basically the first non-win game because we haven't had so many of those games so far here. It's all fighting. If draws happen,
Well, this one is fighting. It's actually a very good idea.
yeah, the safe.
I'm not familiar with a5 before. It might have been played, but it seems to be an important theoretical step here.
All right.
It also could be that this is one of the points of rook b1 that you cannot follow up with knight f3 and allow this or something. I don't know. So, but there was rook takes b4 here.
Here.
Yeah. Knight takes b4, queen a4 check, Knight c6, bishop a3. It's worth a shot, isn't it? Ah, that's sorry,
Yeah.
you're simply trading queens. And if I start with bishop b5, I still have to make a decision early. Yeah, so then it's
Bishop
not good enough.
b5, bishop d7. Yeah, you can still play. Right. All right. All right. We left Arkadi's game, so very shortly, let's check a G.
He's gone g4, knight h6, bishop d2. So he's combining multiple plans here.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see rook e5.
Okay, 5, check, here, and here.
Yes, and now he wants to go bishop c3. And
Even g5 could be a move.
yeah, but I think I'm going to take on g4 with the bishop. And then just rook e1, yeah?
Ah, rook e1. Okay.
I don't know.
Rook e1, bishop d6, knight
d5, knight d5 or b5?
Uh,
Maybe b5 actually, you're right. Bishop knight b5.
I just randomly chose it. I have no idea really. So.
Because f4 is coming, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Looks interesting.
Yeah.
Looks interesting. So Gata is definitely suffering here. I see the bar. The bar says white is slightly better. Okay, I mean.
But I can play knight takes g4, and if f4, I have bishop c5 check, so it might not be so critical.
You mean here, right? Take, check, here,
Knight takes g4. And if f4, I play bishop c5, and I get back an exchange if I want.
Mm-hmm.
Besides the fact that the position 2 bishops doesn't look that clear to me at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, this is definitely a possibility. So that's why Gata is thinking here. Knight is down in 5 minutes with some seconds. Gata still has a lot of time on the clock.
What is knight is down to 5 minutes? Okay.
Yeah, 5. Yeah, so should be still a lot of time. So I think we also need to check the final game here.
Yeah.
Keimer against Le Quang Liem.
Ooh.
Oh, what is that?
Oh, that's
We missed this game, right? We have to check it. Okay.
that is fantastic. Okay.
Very quickly, how it happened?
Yes, might be a relevant question.
Okay, this E3 it always amazed me, right? I always thought it's not a very serious move until people seriously started to play it, and it's actually tricky. Tricky how white can A3. Nothing special yet. This is some sort of a Paulson with colors reversed, like an ideal Paulson. Sicilian Paulson, I mean. Oh,
Yeah.
it's a move.
No, well, Paul Keres would have understood what you were doing.
Trying to open the king side at g4, h5.
So apparently what, he went bishop e8 or what? He went rook c8, rook g1, bishop e8. And then there's very clever thing, h4, allowing knight b4. And then taking twice, forcing a check, and then you get g6.
This is how we got it.
Yeah, now let's see how white can do something here. Hang on, just give me a second. Let's start with knight g5.
Knight g. Okay, that's the most obvious. The most
Maybe
obvious
knight
move. of
d3
course.
check and knight takes b2 is going to ruin everything.
You mean,
No, hg5, then I go knight e4 check and hg5 and hoping some rook h1 might work.
okay,
It's probably not going to work, but
I can't really follow up. I mean, knight g5 looks already fantastic to me. So the big point is that you see there's a mate. Should be a mate, right?
knight e4, yeah. Well, here it's quite clearly so, but there are a lot of intermezzos along the way.
Right. Knight g5.
But let's try something better. Hang
But
on.
Chess.com says this is the best move.
Well, I surprised myself. What happens after knight d3 check? So you put knight g5.
Knight g5, knight
Knight
d3
d3
check.
Hang on, let's see. Some queen d3 works. Queen d3, knight d5 check, f6.
This is normal, yeah.
Kirill is very happy over there, so that's already a good sign.
Okay, what do I do here? I mean, take on these. What is this? Is it? I mean, white is slightly better, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Yeah, I guess this is the type of position where you want to have 1 hour on the clock, not 3 minutes.
Yeah, but then black can play maybe rook d8, and there are the intermezzos and this and that. I don't even know what to say. Let's let's go back a bit and see. Knight g5,
Yeah, knight g5, yeah.
knight d3 check. What else is there? King e2, knight takes b2,
That's also a move.
queen
Yeah.
b2, head g.
You want to?
Or maybe bishop f6.
I just wanted to make sure I'm not missing a mate.
But then bishop takes g6,
Oh my goodness.
and then I take on e6. Yeah.
And this is supposedly good for, yeah, white is already up something, right? Knight of 8.
Well, I'm happy the knight g5 occurred to me, but
mean-
I'm struggling to understand all the points of this anyway.
Oh, he took on g6, and knight e5 check. Okay. You know, to be honest, Vishy, I just wish
Oh,
we
this
had
is very simple because his idea is to take on e7 and put the knight on e5, and that way, in some shape. I mean, I don't know if black plays king h7, then if knight d7, and then no, but then queen h4. So we have to play rook g3 first, maybe,
Okay. Simple, yeah.
and maybe that's good enough.
Mm-hmm. Or I just wish we had this position in classical.
Yes,
Because
so
we could
just
sit
spend a
here
few
for
hours, yeah.
2 hours, I mean, discuss it, move the pieces here. Yeah, I have a feeling that it's going to end very fast.
Yeah.
And knight e5 check. So what is actually materially wise happening? It's about equal, yeah? 1, 2, 3, no. Yeah, no. Yeah, it's equal. Is it? 1, 2, 3, yeah. So knight e5 check. The bar says black is slightly better. Okay, so be it.
Wow. Okay. So let's see why knight g5 was so strong. After knight g5, best move. Wow.
I would just notice this move after 10 minutes of thinking, because all I see first here is this diagonal. So I'm looking at knight e5.
Oh wait, I get it.
e5.
Knight d5. If you go knight head g5, then I go. If you go head g5, then I think I go knight d5 check.
Like
King
this.
h7, knight takes e7, and head g5. Yeah.
And
I'm
that's
threatening rook h1.
mate somehow, yeah?
Now bishop f6. F6.
Bishop f6. Yeah, and there should be something, right? Okay, we probably can assume that. All right, g6, knight e5. So, yeah, so we have to go back to this knight g5, right? So knight g5. Why it's the best?
Well, first thing is let's see knight d3 check again.
Yeah.
Why is
So
it,
we are going to sacrifice the queen, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I mean, these things you always, what do they say? Play in haste and repent at leisure.
But would you play it like in a blitz game for just content? Like, I mean, you see queen d3 is so beautiful that you just cannot resist, or still you would be pragmatic. You'd like, no, I mean, I would like to keep things under control. Even this is a...
Well,
it is
I
a
would have
blitz
to
game.
ask you, is it 5 plus 2 or 3 plus 1?
Okay.
At 3 plus 2, it becomes a competitive option, of course.
Okay. Right. Okay. So, yeah, king e2, knight b2, queen b2.
Wait, hang on. Instead of after knight b2,
Yeah.
do we have some intermezzos of our own? What about bishop takes g6?
I can't really say I understand this position. H takes. There might be no mate.
No, but here you might just want to come back to e4 and take on b2 or something.
I mean, I have trouble keeping up already material situation on the board, not even calculating any complex lines. Yeah. So this knight is gone. G
Well,
takes.
black has f5 instead of gh4.
Okay.
I mean, gf5, bishop h5 check. Who knows? I mean, there's too many positions whirling around, and then you kind of go nuts. Yeah.
All right. All right.
I think what I see is that ef5, you go f3.
Yeah.
I go ef5, you go bishop f5, and now I go knight d3.
Okay. Yeah.
And if queen takes d3, then I go bishop takes f3 check. And that's my big point. But I have no idea whether this makes any sense at all.
No, it looks lovely. Yeah, I agree. All right, that's an awesome idea, and of course, quite understandably, like Wang Liam is thinking. He's thinking, yeah, 95 check, trying to figure out.
It's kind of relevant, right? Whether you go to h7 or g8. If you go to h7, what happens?
I guess take,
I
right?
take anyway, queen
Take.
e7.
And 95 drops the pawn.
Yes, and it's attacking f2. That's the kind of the problem.
Yeah. So 95, queen h4, the pawn.
What about knight g5 check?
Okay.
You
Take
take,
it.
I take. No, then I have rook h1 check.
Is
So
there a
you
mate?
play bishop c6.
There's a mate. There's a windmill.
Well, I go rook h8, h7, g7,
yeah,
g6.
windmill. Yeah. Okay.
And then it's mate, g7, and then something lands on h7. So
okay, I play
it's a good
e5.
windmill. And then, oh, this kills it, yeah.
Sort of.
Yeah, no, this is dead in the water. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. not knight g5 here.
Then what is it? Rook g3? Maybe it's rook g3 because you don't have bishop c6 because then knight e5 and g6 is now not protected. Oh, this must be huge for white. What about king g8?
Yeah,
The
I
question
think,
is, why does the computer now say black is slightly better? I'm trying to understand.
I have no clue.
Maybe knight takes e7, I go rook takes f3.
Knight e7. Yeah, here.
Because if knight c8, I continue with knight d3 check.
But there's some mate already. I mean, it's stunning position. King e2, I could even throw in a couple of more moves, like bishop b5, yeah.
No, why don't you play rook f2?
Just for fun.
Okay, because bishop b5, king f3, and you're claiming queen f8.
Yeah, queen f8, queen f2, I have no idea what that is.
God.
Okay. So knight b4, rook takes on f3. This is on the board, yeah. Your idea of taking on f3, eliminating a knight g5 check threat is, yep, a good one.
But he took on b4. That's interesting. My idea was to take on e7, but he took on b4. So he's making the case that, but wait, now rook f3, queen e4, come on, let's try rook takes f2.
Okay, rook f2, that's a mate threat. I guess we have to, maybe we don't have to. We could play also knight e3 somehow. Knight e3, h5.
Bishop h4, no, not bishop h4, but I would go rook h2, and then I'm threatening bishop h4 check. I don't know if you could go queen e5 and claim you're winning. Yeah, you are winning, okay.
Yeah, okay. All right, so I guess this is not very good, right? Queen d2 check, although even that is not very clear to
But
me.
where do I don't see any squares for you. Oh, king g3. Bishop h4 check, yeah. King h3, right.
Yeah, so I guess king h4 was queen h2 mate.
But
so
okay, leave the put the king in back. Yeah, and now let me take on b2. And you take on e6, maybe? And what the hell is happening now?
beats me. I mean, there is one check still, if you need that.
Yeah. I think why don't we just enjoy this game and let them think?
Yeah. So rook takes on
So he's
f3.
thinking, what has he played?
He has played something. No, actually he hasn't played anything. But I see. No, the rook is on f2.
He's taken it?
I think.
Yes, he does seem to have
so.
taken it
Yeah,
on the video.
Yeah, queen e4, rook f2. This is on the board. And Winston is down.
And we think knight d3 is a reasonable way to go.
So this is actually what happened. Not knight e3, but I think this is on the board.
Yes. What if I go c takes b4 here?
Take.
Then you go queen e5 again. Yeah.
Queen e5, bishop d6.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, bishop d6. Sorry.
So
And queen e6, you have bishop d6 check as well. That I was seeing.
maybe that's
Maybe
the big
this
point.
is just a resigns, yeah.
But I can always. That's a mate, right?
First of all, that bishop d6 check.
If I play here, is that me? Is it? Could be bishop c6. I mean, I cannot
No,
calculate
then
so
rook
quickly.
d2, rook e7, rook d7.
Rook
yeah.
d7. Okay, yeah. Take here.
You could go queen d6 check.
Queen d6. You mean here?
Yeah. And if bishop e5, I can play bishop c6 maybe. Okay.
Bishop
now.
e5. Yeah. Hmm?
But then
This?
you have bishop takes d6 and queen f4.
We are going back to the live. And, no, actually, this happened. Yeah. Yeah, this happened. So there's a fair chance we might see it.
Yeah. It's quite strange when you make each move saying, thank God this is not my game, I can do what I want. And then they actually go and do the same moves themselves. And you think, I think
Right.
rook takes f2, knight d3 was quite an interesting option though.
Yeah, here. There was something that I guess he didn't like it. Not sure really what. Knight e3 attacking the rook, queen e5, h5 threats, maybe even long castle if somebody allows it. Oh wait, did I move the king? No, I didn't move the king. No, I could castle long technically. Okay. But okay, I mean, didn't happen. Rook g2 is on the board. Yeah. Look at
Okay,
that.
so here we are.
Look at that. The bar says equal.
Well, it always does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I could go, what, queen d6, queen c6 maybe?
Check here, queen c6.
No, bishop e5, queen c6.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Here. And actually, I think I don't really mind trade queens, don't I? I mean, your king is weak, no? I can even take it. Take it.
And rook
maybe
f2, rook f2.
Rook f2, yeah, the pawn
And
here.
rook a7, yeah, sure.
This is actually on the board. Okay.
What
And
a,
bishop
what a
c6.
difficult game. Yeah, bishop c6. But wait, isn't queen f4 resigns?
Uh,
But then bishop d6. I'm just cleaning up.
okay.
Did he just blunder a queen? Or is he claiming that bishop h4 check is going to work?
I have no idea.
Let's try bishop h4 check.
So king f4 is g5. Yeah. So king h3. And now just
Queen
remove
e7, and then
queen
that's
e7,
fine.
yeah.
Yes, and then he miraculously survives this.
and there's no mate, and the bishop is protected.
Yes. Okay, so bishop c6, queen f4, bishop h4 check. Very clever, actually.
Yeah. Daniel says bishop h4 is the best move. I mean, we are not, obviously not seeing any lines here, but this is on the board. We're pretty good.
Yeah, we're good.
We're good, yeah. And king h4 is on the board.
g5 check, and then what's he going to do?
Definitely not king h5. I guess king h3.
But then bishop g2 check.
Oh, that's an exchange.
Because if king g2, then queen d5 check,
And
and
that's
you have
it?
to give up.
Oh, wait.
No, I take on d6 at the end, so I have a piece.
Okay.
But you can go queen d5 check, and then queen f3, queen takes e5, and kind of surviving.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Ooh,
What happens now?
I don't know.
How do you feel the players? Are they sort of in control, or they're just like passengers?
Well, I think the adrenaline is flowing for sure, especially for Liam. But on the other hand, you don't really know what's happening. But
Okay.
what is the current position on the board?
This is the current position.
But this wasn't necessary, right? He didn't. He could have. How did he get this?
So he took on g2 and he didn't give it a
Oh,
check.
he gave it this way. Sorry, queen d2 is brilliant. Yeah, then queen f2, queen d5, and collect the thing. Yeah, sure.
Yep.
And rook a7. Okay, so then now Liam is clearly winning.
Yeah, 2 extra pawns, although one of them is doubled. The king's weak.
I'll take this double pawn any day.
Yeah, I imagine. Yeah, I imagine.
So queen f3, he's gone.
Queen f3, attacking the pawn on b7.
Whereupon queen d5 is probably perfectly fine.
Mm-hmm. Queen d5 is on the board. I guess
Yeah.
e4 something. Maybe queen. Yeah, I guess e4.
Well, e4, I can move the queen back, and then rook c3 pinning your king is in the air. So that is
Right.
lost. King g3.
So he is going to try to
Now
escape.
I can take on, maybe queen d6 check is a decent way to go.
Check and with the mates, right? No? Is there a mate?
King
There's no mate.
h3, and then improve my king or something.
There's some
Or
pressure.
maybe I can also improve my king. For king g3, I go king g6.
All right. I give some checks.
No, I mean without queen d6 check.
Without it. Okay. King g6. This is actually on the board as well.
Maybe we could just ask them both to have a little bit of rest, and we could just play ourselves.
Yeah. Yeah.
But now rook a5, and if I eliminate the pawns, I'm not sure you have enough to win. King e5. Oh, this might not be a win anymore.
no,
So
this
maybe
pawn is-
Vincent has escaped here.
I mean, maybe it would be deserved because I didn't really feel like it was one-sided game, a lot of action. But definitely, this so far is the greatest game. of
Yeah,
the tournament.
fantastic game today. But this now looks like a draw. Yeah.
Rook e7. The pawn on h6 is
Oh, now
eliminated.
it's g4 that he's taking. So let me go rook g6 here.
Here.
Yeah, and that should be a draw, right? d4, I have rook g5 with check, and I think I'm going to draw this quite easily. King d3,
Yeah, king d3, take,
king
take.
d4. Come on,
yeah.
king c4.
Yeah, sure. All right.
Sorry, I understand you were showing the variation of the audience rather than.
Right. On rook g6 is
Yeah.
played. So, yeah, I think both players...
Quite a dramatic draw.
Quite dramatic, yeah. So who said draws have to be boring? Take on e3, king e2 goes back. This pawn is blocked. So white has his own side passed pawns. So, yep,
Yeah.
looks drawish. Yeah, actually we are going to see exactly the line we just discussed. So the question is how far they're going to play it out. Check, 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 check. A lot of checks.
Yeah.
I think even without this pawn, that's a draw, right?
Yes, of
Yeah,
course.
sure. King a5.
This, I'm not even sure that he needed to allow the king to a. He shouldn't have kept checking.
Just play here.
In fact, why did he even need to give the first check? Just rook f5 and you slide it to the side, and that's it. The king can never approach the pawn.
Right.
Clearly now king a4 would be a loss, but I don't know that it would be a loss if you play. Ooh, this I'm not sure about anymore. But king d3, and you have to stop king c2. So do you play rook c1 or you go b3? But then I go king c3. No,
Here.
now I'll give rook a7 check and. No.
But this is such an obvious draw. I mean, I'm not even sure that's a draw. Yeah?
Which is an obvious draw?
Is it an obvious draw? No? No, it's not so clear.
No, at least because with these 2 pawns, I would feel slightly messed up. But
Yeah, this is on the board. I mean, I don't know. I would still place, like rook c4, king b6, the pawn on g4. I mean, the bar says it's a draw, okay. I mean, I'm not going to argue. Maybe rook a1,
Yeah.
b3, eliminate the pawn.
yes, that's probably it because when you go rook g4, the king crosses over and I'm quite safe now.
Right. So what if I play here b3, rook
rook
b1,
b1.
and something like...
No, it's not going to. Rook takes b3.
Ah,
well, I
you-
think already rook g3.
Yeah, you can rook g3,
You might
right,
be making
right,
it
right.
more interesting than you realize.
All right. So the players are battling out, which appears to be the most exciting game so far, not only in this round, the entire
I think
tournament.
they're going to make a draw now by repetition.
Check, 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 check. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Maybe a couple of moves from Le Quang Liem just to test the technique. They should be pretty obvious. Yeah, they agree. Draw great. What a
Okay,
game.
great game, yeah.
What a,
Really
what a
game.
great game. All right. Very quickly check if the other games have finished.
Let's see what actually Hesipenko or Gukesh because the results still.
They're still playing, actually.
Yeah. So is this what's
Oh,
happening
wait.
here? No, it's resigns, right, or not?
He already finished.
It's-
He
it is
resigned.
resigns, yeah. So Hesipenko did win this game.
Yes, Penko is 4 out of 4. I mean, that's absolutely stunning. And this is still playing, is it? No, it's not playing. And Nadic beat. Oh, wait. Okay. I wanted to have some fun here, but of course, White is not obliged to take on a3.
Let's. You want to quickly scan over what happened in these 2 games?
Yeah, we can do that. So, Nadic's game. Let's check very quickly. It was this amazing idea of knight b5, which was missed by Gata. Knight c7, g4, bishop d2. We're following this game. Bishop c3, knight g4, as you said, and rook d8.
Oh,
Look at that.
okay,
Wow.
Okay, so quite deep and. Okay, so what happened? Bishop f5.
Bishop f5, h3, knight f2. Okay, and the rook. Rook is gone. And White is up an exchange somehow. After all the hostilities, Black has exchanged for a pawn, but it seems that Nadic managed
Converted
to console.
very well. And
Yeah,
that's it.
wow, that's pretty impressive. Great game. I think so far
Yeah.
for Arkady, this is the best game.
And
Yesipenko's game we didn't check really, right? Okay. And Yesipenko played this very interesting.
yeah,
yeah.
f3, and so that was one of the plans we kind of bounced.
And Gukesh responded with f5, clearly
Yeah,
trying to
but
stop
then
g4.
let's see how he saved the e5 pawn. Yeah, that looks. Oh, he just went for this. Okay.
Bishop g5 and rook e5. Look at that. And the black king is extremely weak, although he has 2 bishops. f4 and knight f3, of course.
Yeah, just sacking the exchange because you get the great dark squares and.
And Gukesh didn't accept it, but the dark square still remains. Oh my goodness, this is
Okay.
picturesque possession. Look at these
Yeah,
knights.
tough day for poor Gukesh, but
He just
I have
took
to
it.
say that Esipenko's game was beautiful indeed.
Right. So he managed to convert it due to better placed pieces, and the black king is incredibly weak, so he couldn't
Yeah.
hold it. And finally, we had the game of Salem. That was
That was the earlier
that
one,
was the
so
quick
that-
draw. All right, so maybe let's check the current results if they are.
Arkady won as well. So what's the current standings?
We don't have the official result yet, but Arkady Nadic won his game against Gata Kamsky here, and Yesipenko beat Gukesh. Amazing positional game, and one of the most exciting games of the round. Winston Kammer against Le Quang Liem finished in a draw. So here you are seeing the current rankings. I believe one.
That is a big lead.
Yeah,
over
that
the
is
World
that
Rapid
is a
champion.
big lead.
Over the World Rapid champion. So
Right, right. So, and actually, it's quite important to know that this is the part of the um, Grandmaster Triathlon. This means every single point counts. So even if Yesipenko, if he scores the victory in the rapid, he wants to amass as many points as he can because it goes in the overall
total
rank.
score, right?
Right. All right. So that is the end of the round 4. And what an action. I mean, what an action.
These games are masterpieces. I'd like to go back and look at them very slowly and try to understand what happened. A lot of dramatic moments, just fantastic chess. On a day like this, you just feel chess is safe.
Chess is
It's,
safe.
it's
There's
amazing.
future for chess. Absolutely,
It's
says
absolutely
Vishy
brilliant.
here. So I'm going to agree on that, and I think we are going to use also this opportunity while the players are resting. We are going to make a break and be back in something like 5-10 minutes. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Continue watching us. That is the former world champion Vishy Anand here with us in the studio. I believe you're leaving now.
I'm leaving now,
You're
but,
leaving now. So thank you once again for coming here. It was an absolute pleasure, absolute honor. And we are going to be seeing you in something like, let me perhaps check it, something like 5 minutes or so. And we are back. We are back live from Biel, 55th International Chess Festival here in the beautiful Swiss town, Biel, Bien, as they say in the French language. The city has two names. We are going to continue with the action with round 5 of the rapid tournament of the GMT. In the previous 2 rounds, we had the former world champion, Vishy Anand, here with us in the studio. Angelika is back. And before we are going to catch up with the round 5 and the current rankings, Angelika did ask a couple of questions that I simply forgot to ask, Vishy.
Yeah, first of all, I want to say that it was quite a nice substitution for me here during last 2 rounds. Okay, so yeah, there were quite a few questions from the chat to Vishy, and one of them was like about his next plans, about his next tournaments, and he actually shared that he will play in a couple of days a Dortmund tournament. So his schedule is really busy. Biel and to Dortmund. There was also a question about how he's working with the young players from India, of Indian chess, and he said like he's trying also to support them, so not only like doing some training, but also doing some casual, also like communicating and hanging out and so on, so that really young players can not only study, but also rely to him as a friend. And also, of course, one of the most important topic currently is the Olympiad, because actually from the rankings we can see that Indian team is the 3rd best. So he's crossing his fingers and he's saying, of course, there is still a big chance for the gold. And yeah, about the upcoming unclear World Championship match, he was saying that that was quite an impressive result for Nepo in the candidates tournament, so maybe it will give him even more confidence and he can make it this time during the World Championship match. But of course, in case Magnus play him, Magnus is obviously very strong. So and the first rounds of the World Championship match in 2021 were pretty nice. There was only this last rounds were bad for Nepo, so we will see what we can see this time. And also depends who is going to play, Magnus or Ding Liren is the second, right? Ding Liren.
Yeah, if indeed Magnus decides to decline from the World Championship match, then yeah, that should be a match between the first and second place in the FIDE candidates tournament.
There was also another very nice question, because we can now see, because we have this player here with us at Biel, Gukesh, so he's really nicely improving himself, and Anand is very proud of his very rapid growth currently. And of course, today and yesterday there were quite few unlucky games for him, but he's still believing in him. And anyway, the classical part is ahead of us.
Right, so all of the action is still ahead, and the next round is going to start in about 7 minutes, because initially I thought it's going to be a shorter break, to be honest. Otherwise, would have kept Vishy here for maybe slightly longer. Either way, there's something like a half-an-hour break for the players after round 4. So the round 5 is going to start at the local time, 16:50. So that's now already 6 minutes. And very quickly, let's check who is going to play in round 5.
And we are having the pairings for the round 5. Gukesh is going to face Vincent Keimer, and it was quite a nice match yesterday, right, between them both.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe it was round 1.
Yeah.
When Vincent played this interesting King's Indian instruction, the chess 960, and got crushed, absolute crush.
Yeah, we will see what is going to happen today. If Vincent is going to take a revenge, or Gukesh will keep his, so to say, confidence in this match. We have also Lekwan Gliem against Saleh Salem, Noderbek Abdusatorov against Arkady Naidic, and we have Gata Kamsky facing the leader of the current rapid tournament, Andrei Yesipenko.
So this, of course, is going to be one of the major matches that we want to follow. The main reason is, of course, as you already just said, Angelika, is that Yesipenko is the current leader with perfect score 8 out of 8. And Vishy Anand had to say just one thing about it. I mean, it's impressive. It's impressive. And he was impressed by Andrei's performance so far. So you see three players are trailing them, Abdus Satorov, like Wang Liam, Salem Saleh. So I believe that we are probably going to start with the matchup of Kamsky against Yesepenko because, you know, Angelika, to be honest, when I approached some of the grandmasters here in the studio, they said, you're not following Yesepenko enough, right? So, and Yesepenko was among them. so of course, jokes aside, I mean, he's the leader of the Rapid. We are going to follow him, and we are not going to miss a thing.
Absolutely, and we can see that the second place is shared by three players actually at the same time. Another backup, Satorov, with 5 points. After 4 games, like Wang Liam, also 5 points, and Saleh Salem also with 5 points. So yeah, that's a quite an interesting. I mean, maybe someone of them can catch.
But,
Yesepenko, what do you think?
But there's one thing, yeah, definitely they can try to catch, and Vichy here in the studio did say that's quite a lead that Yesepenko has managed to mass. But can you see, Angelika, the last place Gata at the moment is with surprising 0 points?
Yeah, that's indeed a huge surprise because yesterday he managed to score even a victory against Gukiash, who was leading at some moment. So that's pretty upsetting for Gata, but let's see. Again, as we were saying, and we are constantly saying that this tournament are playing the best of the best. So it means anything can happen, and the 8th place doesn't mean that it is the last one, that is the worst, but 8th place is Agata Kamsky, the winner of the last tournament. He can still show it.
I mean, even if you would put 8 world champions, 8 Magnus Carlsens in one tournament, one of them is going to be the last. I mean, it's simple mathematics. Unfortunately, that's how it works. All of these great players are fantastic, and some of them simply have to finish last.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so maybe let's once again rewind what is the GMT system, because we still have something like 3 minutes to be played. Let's start with the tournament system. 28 games to be played in total. As you see, it's 3 sets of round robin. Today we are witnessing the Rapid tournament, 7 games between each other. This is going to continue on Thursday with classical games every day, every single game. There's going to be also a couple of rest days in between. And in the end, all that matters is the scoring system.
Yes, exactly. And we have a very interesting scoring system since for Rapid, which is played right now, we have 2 points for the victory and 1 point for a draw. In the Blitz, we have 1 point for a win and half a point for a draw. And in the Classical, they made it a little bit differently. 4 points for a win and not 2 points for a draw, but 1.5. And obviously in all of the tournaments, no one gets a point for loss. So quite an interesting also is that yesterday we had the Chess 960 tournament, which was also which will be very important for the future after the whole events will happen, and we will have the end results because it will be a tiebreaker for players.
Right, and I think it's quite important to mention, it's not only the victory in the Rapid tournament or any single tournament that matters, it's the amount of points. And this really greatly motivates the players to fight until the end. So for example, let's say even if Yesepenko claims the tournament after 6 rounds with whatever the score, maybe even the perfect score, he is very much motivated to fight until the end because it's 2 more points.
Yes, and for example, if you compare the same to Blitz, it's only 1 point. So yeah, it's for sure makes it for sure matters to fight the last game in case even he can claim the victory after the round 6.
So the time control, again, to remind you, in the Rapid tournament is 50 minutes plus 5 seconds. It's quite identical as we were witnessing yesterday in the Chess 960 tournament. It's still a Rapid tournament. The Blitz tournament will be held with a time control of 3 minutes plus 2 seconds per every single made move. And on Thursday, we are going to give a green light to the Classical tournament, which is, oh my goodness, it's going to be quite a long one, Angelika. 100 minutes for the first 40 moves, 50 minutes for the next 20 moves, and 50 minutes after that.
Yeah, that's indeed a very, very long time control. So we will be really excited here, sitting with you and watching the games. And I believe the first moves has been played in the tournament, so we can go and see what is going on in the game. Gata Kamsky against Andrei Yesipenko.
Yeah, let me try to find them on the camera. The camera's a bit lagging behind, just a second. Give it time to catch up. They're going to magically appear on the board. Hope so.
Yeah,
Here they are.
magically,
Here
just
they are.
in 1 second.
Boom. They're here.
Yeah, and we have actually first move knight f3.
Knight f3 and h6. You know, I had a chance to talk with Andrei during the break, so he was obviously quite excited about his current performance so far. And yeah, it's not surprising that he is in good spirits. He's looking towards to make a good score here because I'm not sure really, maybe last month or last 2 months, they were perhaps not the best for the Russian Grandmaster because, yeah, he's seen quite a lot of lost rating points, I guess.
Yeah, and now we can see how he's returning after a rapid tournament actually and showing us some nice games here.
Right. And Yesipenko is already surprising us because, I mean, normally when I'm playing an opening, at least my coach taught me, you're supposed to develop pieces and fight for the center. And yet, from the first 4 moves, Yesipenko has made h6 and knight h5. But of course, he knows what he is doing because he is going after White's dark square bishop.
Yeah, and also, you know, there is another rule, so you don't want to play 2 times with 1 piece in the opening, but indeed here it makes sense to get that dark squared bishop and have 2 bishop advantage.
Yeah, so I'm not really sure. I have to go back to this. Of course, d4, knight f3, bishop f4 is the classical London setup. I mean, sometimes white plays bishop f4, e3, sometimes white plays knight f3. There's so many nuances. All of this looks normal. So h6, you know, Angelica, I think this is already implying that Yesipenko is looking towards knight h5, and yet Kamsky did play e3, but I wonder, could I have played h3, try to keep this bishop alive, and not play e3?
Yeah, h3 looks like a typical prophylactical move to keep the bishop to h2 square in case of something like knight h5.
Yeah, but I mean, either way, probably e3 is just fine. So knight h5 is played, bishop g3 is played, and now probably Yesipenko is going to take the bishop on g3. And now the big question is, who is better? I mean, is the 2 knights better or the 2 bishops? And I did ask this question to Vishy, who was here in the past 2 rounds. Are you a knights person or are you a bishops person? I mean, I just cannot hold it. I mean, I always have to ask this question whenever possible to very strong players. And Vishy did say he did believe that he is more like a knights person.
Very nice. Yeah, sometimes, you know, there are quite a few tricky, ideas for knight that it can really go back, and quite a few players are missing that idea, and even going back with a knight may mean winning the game. I believe it was happening in one of the games of the Tata Steel tournament.
But the bishops also go back, no?
Yeah, bishops.
I'm not sure that's a point, really.
But I believe Vanchuk once said that it's somehow very hard to see that knight can go back.
Okay, yeah.
For some reason.
For some reason, yeah, in that position, it was working. All right, so here Yesipenko is taking a thought. I mean, no, technically he hasn't made a move. Oh, we're just missing a couple of moves. d6, c4, knight e7, knight c3. And this pretty much resembles one of the previous round games of, I believe it was Abdus Satorov against Vincent Keimer, in the spirit of the Trompovsky. g6, bishop g7, maybe even it's possible not to play g6, maybe even g5, g4, queen g5, and this is something I discussed with Vishy here in the studio.
Yeah, but g5 will be weakening some squares, so Yesipenko has really have to be sure in this.
Yeah, so he played a bit more modest, g6, just in case. I mean, like you said, not weakening any squares. Yeah, and I guess the idea is to play c5 at some point later. You know, to be honest, I really like black's position.
Yeah, it's pretty flexible, you know, and basically black is not really saying what they want to do. So like what Yesipenko wants to do, so for which idea, for which plans he's going to go something on the queen side, but he's not really saying what. Is he going to play for c5 or preparing something like b5 maybe? Who knows?
Right, yeah, there's a couple of ideas what he can do. I guess usually you want to gather some information. For example, maybe c5, get a bishop out. Maybe you can even switch to c6, d5. Maybe you can play c6, e5. Maybe you play b6, bishop b7. Maybe, I don't know, I mean, there's so many ideas here.
Yeah, and we have queen d2 actually on the board, which implies that there should be a long castle in a few moves. So that's already a good information for Andrei.
You know, I can't help but remember Angelika. This was one of my favorite things I used to do in my childhood. I develop all the pieces at the king side, at the queen side, and it's like, I want to develop the king side, I want to develop the queen side, you know, and trying to trick my opponent. This, on a serious note, in competitive level games, this is actually quite rare that you can play like this, because usually your opponent could do something very quick. Here, apparently, it's not so easy.
Yes, since black is not really fighting for the center right out of the opening, right with the first moves, which normally is the case. But yeah, here we have a pretty modest setup from Yasipenko, so it's not yet sure what's going to happen. And for that, actually, Gata is having two opportunities to castle short or long side. So yeah, he's just waiting and wants to see what black is doing.
Right. All right, let's move on. Obviously, this is a game we are going to follow a bit more, perhaps, than usual, because Yasipenko is the sole leader with a big gap. So we are going to move on to Le Quang Liem's game against Alem Saleh.
Yeah, and we have already...
Oh, again, they changed something. Just a second. I mean, here they are.
Okay, somehow we don't really see Saleh Salem for some reason. He doesn't...
Just a second, yeah. Let me try to...
It's a second board.
Yeah, it's a second board. Let me try to pan the camera. For some reason.
For some reason. But anyway, let's look at the position, and we can see actually the Carlsbad setup here. So it happened out of the most likely out of the Queen's Gambit declined, and then afterwards there was exchange on d5. And the idea usually for white is to go for the b4, b5, creating the weak pawn on the c6. But in this case, we can see that black has already a pawn on a5, so this idea of playing b4 is already stopped. And black is preparing something on the king side. I'm not so sure. What is this? One will go probably all the way to the h3. And maybe white is preparing to push f3, e4 maybe somehow?
Right. Well, you know, Angelika, I have a theory. Either they're very, very concentrated on their position, or it's just stuck.
Yeah, somehow it feels it's really stuck on the queen side for white, really, yeah.
Maybe that's also the reason why the camera was not moving, because, or maybe they're really, really, really into the game and that they're just not trying to move an inch. But I don't think so. I mean, we are going to resolve that issue in a moment. Don't worry about that. At least I think we should be visible.
Okay, can you? Okay.
All right. Let's perhaps then start from the scratch. What is happening here? Okay, here we go. d45, Queen's Gambit declined, c takes, bishop b4. Yeah, all right. So one of the big ideas that usually in these positions when black plays c takes on d5 is that he removes the opportunity for black to capture the pawn on c4 and play something like c5. So this is obviously quite a thematic idea. And then after bishop f4, at some point, if black wants to play something like c5, this is simply going to create an isolated pawn. So in a nutshell.
Why do you think bishop went to f4 and not on g5?
I don't know. I mean, it's a normal move, I guess. I mean, developing move. Maybe it, just control some squares. Okay, bishop g5, bishop e7, e3. So this g6. G6 is a very, very common idea, because usually when you look at this position, Black is slightly suffering because of this light square bishop, right? There's no way to place it, not on f5, on g4. White is simply not going to allow the trade. Maybe play h3. So g6 is usually linked with this maneuver, either immediately the bishop on f5, or put the knight on g7, or maybe knight f6, knight g7, and force white's hand.
Yeah, exactly, because usually this knight which is on h5, which came from g8, usually standing on f6, and that's why the other knight is going through f8, e6, all the very long journey to the g7, but it's going to support the bishop on f5, because in case white is going for bishop d3, bishop f5 immediately is not possible.
Right. So that seems to be pretty standard idea. So black is not rushing with the trading the bishop. First he secures what is happening on the queen side. Rook a7 beats me. I mean, I don't know why this move is so important. All right. Knight f6, and look at that. I mean, black is not even rushing with bishop f5. Instead, he's showing his ambition at the king side.
Yeah, now there is really something which can happen here, because there is no knight protecting the king of white, and there is some h3 pawn which can be touched with a g pawn, going g5, g4. So that's also something which can happen. But maybe before all of that happens, black indeed should try to trade the bishops.
Not sure if that's even going to happen. I think what happened here is that this is the typical idea. But as soon as the game continues, black postponed it, and then he decided, okay, listen, I can also organize a kingside attack, right? I mean, I had the bishop on c8. At some point, it's going to do something, and maybe he already changed his mind that he doesn't want to trade it, and that's why white plays bishop d3 to remind black that you might run into e4.
Yes, and that's something what black has to take care of right away, because it's possible right now, actually. Maybe with some preparation, f3, e4, maybe even stronger, but it will weaken g3.
I would just play e4, to be honest. I'm not sure if I want to, but maybe, yeah. Maybe in some scenario I do indeed play f3. Let's say something like knight f8. Do I want to waste time?
Maybe actually e4 immediately, not to weaken the g3 square, and just to open the e file directly on the queen.
And you can't help but feel that is rook a7 is probably a move you want to take back, because when the action is going to open, maybe some moves like d5, then the rook a7 is sort of misplaced.
Yes, that was a really mystery move by Salem.
All right. Yeah, and knight e4, Salem Saleh immediately responds by blocking white's ideas. Also, he frees up the f6 square for the knight, and probably is going to try to put g5, g4.
Yeah, very logical, because sometimes when your opponent wants to push some pawn in the center, you can just physically stop it by putting the piece there, and that's what's happening right now. Maybe we would like to check some other game right now.
Let's do that, and maybe the camera is going to be alive there. Yeah, Gukesh's game against Vincent Keimer. I think this is a game you also want to see. Okay, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's also stuck, the camera.
Okay.
Is it? Yeah, I think so.
But at least we can see that players are thinking, so it's not stuck in the
players
weird
are thinking.
position.
They're not in an awkward pose, definitely.
Yes.
You know, it would be something weird. Let's say they make an awkward pose and the camera gets stuck, yes? And now you're sitting like that for the audience. But anyway, the position is pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, we have a king still in the center for black, so Vincent hasn't castled yet, so probably he should consider doing it. But what happens if he is castling short side? Maybe there are some ideas on the g file.
You mean here? Instead of knight b6, right? Short castle, king h1, rook g1. Yeah, if you have an open g file.
Looks dangerous, and also this f5 pawn basically is fixing the g7 weakness, so white can create some more pressure on it.
Just a second. I'm gonna try to make a short switch and try to go back. Oh, right, you're right. Our technicians advised us that this is the way how we can fix the cameras.
Yeah.
And yay, we're back.
Great. So now we can see the players. It's very, very nice. Yeah, and in the game, knight b6 was played, right?
Yeah, but maybe let's very quickly check, very quickly check what Domarayo Gukesh is doing here, because I'm a bit surprised. I think this is a bit strange. So Reti, very popular continuation. D4, C4, H3. I mean, okay, about this I could talk for hours, I believe. The nuances, should white start with H3, should white start with C4 or D4? I play this quite a lot myself, but one of the big ideas about H3 at the right time is if white gets the black bishop on H5, now the big idea is that after some point, C takes, and knight H4 appears an idea. Not only knight F5 bothering the pawn on G7, but also trying to capture the bishop on H5. So that is one of the core ideas here. So the only question is when exactly white wants to play this H3.
And he's playing actually it immediately, but bishop goes to F4, F5, and basically allowing to trade the bishop for the knight right away. But Gukesh is actually taking on D5 in this position.
Right. So he took on D5, and the general understanding of this position is that when the black knight is already on D7, usually this is a good movement for white to take it. Because if, for example, let's say the knight is on B8, white rushes with C takes on D6, black has the option to include knight C6, and, I mean, just give more squares to control for the knights.
Yeah, and what happened later? Queen B3 attacking the B. So very nice queen lift.
Yeah, this is a common idea, I believe, also one of the common tricks. To be honest, I don't remember how good it is, but I recognize it. It's definitely there. Queen D8.
Protecting.
Black protects. Knight H4, F4. All right, so this is this idea again. Try to capture the bishop. Whoa, bishop C2. Look at that.
What a bishop on C2.
I mean, he escapes being imprisoned, I guess.
Yeah, but where does it go exactly? Because now the bishop doesn't have squares after playing G4.
So H6 was played.
And what about F5 here?
Here.
Closing the bishop.
Yeah, absolutely. But maybe there's some ideas like bishop E4. And you're going to take a couple of times, maybe in some variations. Maybe I'm not saying it's here. Maybe in some variations, the knight on H4 is under attack. So either way, it seems that this is a common idea. G4 was played by Gukesh, and now knight F5. Now this is a bit strange because I felt that the entire sequence for white is try to capture the slide square bishop. Right, with F4, G4, and suddenly he offers a trade.
Yeah, it was pretty strange, but yeah, I mean now after taking the pawns are double, but it's not clear for whom is it better actually.
Yeah, I mean white has the two bishops, but he has a very big hole, so to speak, here on E4. If black is going to control it, most like I don't know, bishop D6, show a castle, rook E8, land the knight on E4, things could turn very ugly for white very quick.
Yes, because long term we can see that the pawn structure of black is very nice. It's very good for the endgames.
P4.
P4, wow.
Yeah, that is really inspired chess by Gukesh. Look at B4, of course. Cannot be taken because there's a pin. I missed that.
Yes, we still have a pin.
Yeah, B5, Queen F5. Black wins a pawn. And no, this is a disaster. This is a disaster for white. I'm not sure what happened here before, but I mean, even if I'm playing with with black, I just take on D3, I play knight B6. I mean, how I'm not enjoying this position, right?
Yes, this is a very nice position. If we just look at the pawn structure, like the majority of the black pawns are connected and together, only A7 pawn is alone there. But if we look at the white pawns, A2, D3, D4, C4, H3, all pawns are separately, and I mean, legally they're all isolated pawns.
Yeah, all of them are isolated pawns. So exactly this is what's happening. So A bit strange, to be honest. I'm not sure. I mean, of course, we have to remember that when you're playing in tournament, psychology plays a big part. And maybe there's something that, I mean, sticks in your head from the previous game, from a previous round. Maybe it's the mood, maybe it's how you feel today. And sometimes it just affects the decisions that you are making. And after the game or after the tournament, you look at the moves you've made and you just don't recognize them.
Yeah, and actually exactly what we just discussed happened on the board. Trade of the queens, pawn takes, and knight b6. And indeed, the position of black looks very nice. I mean, king probably can even stay in the center. What do you think?
Yeah, I
King
think
d7.
so. Yeah, king d7 or king d8. Maybe king d8 is a bit more safer. Not allowing the h4, bishop h3 ideas. But okay, king d7 is played by Vincent. Looks good.
Yeah, looks very, very nice. So now the only thing what black is missing is probably bringing the rooks out there, because otherwise they finish all of the development of all the pieces.
And white would love to get the knight from c3 to e5, but unfortunately it's not a legal move, so you cannot do that. So apart from that, I'm not even sure what white's supposed to do here. Maybe f5, bishop f4, bishop e5, but of course Keimer is going to play bishop d6 and not allow that, so I'm out of ideas.
So the problem is here that the center is in a way closed here, yes, because of d5 and d4. And then because of this, and because of this c6 and d5 pawn chain, white has some issues with the bishops. So even though there is a bishop pair advantage, it's not so easy to use them.
No, it's not. Absolutely. Alrighty, I think we are going to once again use the opportunity to check the final game, because Kwang Liem against Salem Saleh, this we checked a moment ago. Abdusatorov's game against Arkady Knight, which we still haven't seen, I believe.
Yeah, so let's check that game quickly, and then we're going to watch maybe Yesipenko back.
Yes, yes, I already felt his gaze towards me. We very briefly had him on the camera. But yeah, of course, we're going to check the tournament leader, how he is doing. And here, I like this position for Abdusatorov. This is French, right?
Yeah, it looks like French, or can it be?
Now, this is
Caracal?
French with e5.
No?
I think I even recognize variation. So the point is to get the knight on a4, play e6, and this is normally this is quite unpleasant for black, but maybe it's nothing.
Yeah, and again, if we are looking at this pawn structure in the center, very nice pawns, d4, e5, basically taking all the space from black.
Yeah, very quickly. Very quickly, let's check indeed. It was the French, advanced French with e5. a3, bishop d7, b4. This is really old theory. I mean, it's been around for, I don't know, decades. I mean, this idea of a3, b4. Okay, where did it go? All right. Knight c3, knight a5, knight a4. Yeah, I recognize that this is definitely theory. Knight c4, bishop c1, b6, bishop d3. I mean, maybe not even this particular position, but the idea has definitely been there. White is trying to say that, okay, I mean, you have your knight on c4, no big deal, right? I have the kingside attack, that's all that matters. He traded the bishops. So basically, Abdusatorov got what he wanted, but maybe it's not so great.
Yeah, exactly. Like, not so clear, because now the pawn on f5 is nicely protected, and it's not so easy to get to this d5 pawn, although it's like, in a way, like isolated one, but not so clear.
Actually, I am a bit surprised to see the bar. The bar evaluates the position clearly in favor for black. So I wouldn't really say that, because I see that white has a clear plan of knight f4, e6 is a problem, maybe queen f3, queen g3 ideas, organize something at the king side. And the question is, what exactly does black have at the queen side?
Maybe black can little bit faster double on the c file.
Oh, sorry, I have the wrong board.
Okay.
I have the wrong board. Unbelievable.
Yeah, that's why it's good not to look at the evaluation
Okay,
bar.
okay, now it's correct. Now it's correct. Yeah, I was surprised. How comes? How comes? Because I was looking at the wrong board, and the bars, black is clearly better. I'm looking at this position. I'm not getting why. Why? No, white is better, because the idea of knight f4, e6 is definitely there, and it's knight on c4 is pretty, but that's all it is.
Yeah, I mean, knight on c4 is indeed very nice, but it's doing nothing besides attacking the a3 pawn, which is protected. And yeah,
Let's go to Yesepenko's game.
yeah, let's go to the leader of the tournament.
If I can find him, of course. So, whichever board you're hiding there? No, not here.
Yasipenko is just indeed hiding.
I cannot find him. Where is he?
The last one.
Here.
Here he is.
Found him.
Maybe we can go do a little bit higher the video because it's somehow.
Yeah. In just a second.
Yeah.
This is pretty.
Yeah, very nice. So we can see.
All right. So this is the tournament leader game. Andrei Yesepenko is playing with a black color. At the moment, he is the one with the perfect score, 4 out of 4, which is this year's new record. Because yesterday, Domarai Gukesh had 3 out of 3. Then he suffered a loss. So far, Yesepenko is showing no signs to stop.
Yeah, and we are seeing now that I mean, Ken actually got us try to stop him here. So what do we have in this position? So black is having 2 bishops and open position in the center. They're just really beasts.
Yeah. I look at the position visually, and I just love black's position. I mean, he got exactly what he wanted. And let's go back right after the opening. Remember this weird move, h6, knight h5? I mean, normally, I do believe that if this is played by an amateur player, you explain to him that this is not how you're supposed to play, because once again, you develop your pieces, you fight for the center, you don't move with the same piece twice. However, if this is played by a very strong grandmaster, this obviously is a very deep idea.
Yes, indeed, and that was a deep idea because right now, even at the beginning, he was not taking the bishop immediately, but waited for a few moves to do it. So,
Right, so we left it about here. E4.
e4 was played. Okay, fighting
E4?
for the center.
Yeah, actually, I saw this move before, and I thought, can black play c5 to open the bishop here? Okay, Yesepenko did something else. He played c6 and e5. Look at that.
Yeah, so he's trying to get to the center, d5.
And knight
So
f6.
In the ideas of King's Indian somehow, but with a bishop, with a dark squared bishop gone, but usually dark squared bishop of white is one of the most important pieces.
Exactly, very good point. So white would love to have the dark square bishop here, and for example, the pawn on f3. So whatever happened here, Kamsky tried to change the character of the game, and this is when Yesepenko sacrificed the pawn. There you go, you play b5, you simply get control of the d5 square. After c takes, rook d8, queen b7, d5, I think Yesepenko got everything he wanted.
Yeah, indeed. This is what is happening. The bishops are getting opened, and that's quite an interesting outcome here out of the opening.
Mm-hmm.
From somehow closed King's Indian, it gets open, and the bishop are there.
But White's position, I mean, despite the fact that White's the one up a pawn, I don't like his position, not for a single second, because I look at this position. Black has amazing bishop on g7, the bishop on d5. He has a pawn majority here. There might be also some problems to protect the pawn on f2, maybe e3. Oh my goodness.
But Arthurs, I have a question. What to do with the knight on h4?
Nothing. You just let it stay there. I mean, I'm not sure what to say to you, Angelika, because, I mean, of course, g5 doesn't trap the knight. There's knight f5. But the knight on h4 is half a knight.
Yeah, that's what I want to say, what to do for knight for white, because black doesn't have to do anything. If the knight is just trapped there, it's fine.
Yeah. So Yesepenko looks great at the moment. And what an unfortunate tournament so far for the most experienced player in the field for Gata Kamsky. He is the last year's winner. He won the Grandmaster Triathlon, so definitely he was looking towards to repeat the success, or at least, I mean, play a good tournament, and so far it's just not working for him.
Yeah, sometimes it's just it. Sometimes the tournament simply is not going well, and there is no particular reason. Like, again, all the players are very strong, so someone has to be the last.
Yeah, you know, Angelica, sometimes it's so random, really. I mean, I don't understand it because, for example, you're in a great shape, but somehow the stars align, something happens, you step up out of the bed with the left foot or something, or you just play completely different chess, right? I mean, sometimes the next day you feel much better, it's the same opponents, and now you crush everybody.
Yeah, that's
Very interesting.
that's very interesting how the one day it can be one mood, one this inspiring mood, and the other day just everything is changing. So
Yeah, G5 now is a big threat. So yes, Penko is going after that knight on H4. And now the question is, how exactly is Kamsky going to defend it? Because it's not only the G5 threat, it's also Queen takes on F2 threat, and this threat is always there. The pawn is unprotected.
and there is also rook on D2, which has to be taken
by the
care
way.
of.
Yeah, by the way, I didn't notice even that.
Yeah, so rook has to be traded on D8. It's basically forcing because otherwise G5 is coming if rook getting protected or rook gets away. So rook D8 should be forcing, right?
Rook D8 should be forcing, but then again, you give up the D file. For example, rook D8, rook D8, rook D2 could be a problem. I mean, to add more problems already to the problematic position.
But what else to do?
That's a very valid question. I'm not sure, and that's also what Gata is trying to find out. I think he knows he's in a lot of trouble. You can see his body language. It says, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, and what is happening here today?
Yeah,
Is
that's
Gata going to have 0 out of 5?
yeah, that's a big question. Maybe still he has something, but look at the clock. Look at the clock. He has 1 minute time left. Okay, Yasipenko doesn't have much more, but okay, 2 minutes is still something. And he's playing a move, right? He
Yeah,
played a move.
I think he took on D8 and played Queen E7, trying to do some tricks. I'm not sure how it really...
Knight G6, G5, Knight G6.
I just take it. How it's stopping me to play G5? Where's the big idea? I don't follow. I mean, maybe there's already no move, but the knight is trapped, right? So Yasipenko is just making sure. And no, he plays something else. He plays rook D2. Just like, listen, I can play G5, but rook D2 is even stronger.
Attacking the other piece, another minor piece, the bishop on E2, and saving the threat for later. And maybe there was something connected with protecting rook on D8. I don't really
I
understand.
think G5 was just working just fine, to be honest. But maybe rook D2 is just better, and now I just take it. Can I win a piece now? I could just take the pawn on F2 as well, by the way.
Yeah, not to rush with taking the knight.
But this could be
Okay,
tricky.
Knight G6, yeah.
Yeah, this could be tricky, you know, some checks here. There's no bishop E5 anymore. Not so simple.
But maybe just G5.
Not so simple.
Maybe just G5 instead of Queen F2.
You mean here? Yeah, but why don't you play it immediately? Because now there's some checks. Maybe there's nothing. Now there might be some checks like Queen E8 check, Bishop F8. Help me here.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm running out of moves.
more probably that's just it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's no Queen C6, no nothing. No, I see no ideas here. Rook E2. Oh wait, by the way, the bishop is under. Oh,
Yeah, Rook E2, just taking the
I'm just
bishop.
not seeing a thing. Yeah.
And what happens then? Rook goes to D6. So Queen has to go, and then what is the idea of why to take the bishop?
Take it, take it. F takes on E6. I'm not sure how this really helps White because he's down the rook. I think Yasipenko is about to win the game. I mean, the X-rook should really be important. The B pawn is not going anywhere. Kamsky is trying his last tricks. Maybe Black somehow is going to blunder perpetual check or something, but I'm pretty sure that Yasipenko is going to find it.
Yes, because after taking on... okay, he's trying to push the pawn. I wanted to say that there is no knight jump, for example. Like, knight cannot go anywhere because there was a checkmate on G2. Okay, Queen F7 trying to stop that pawn.
That's clean. I think that's clean, and normally, I mean, your B pawn is not going anywhere. This is where you resign. This is where you resign because, I mean, trading queens gives nothing. Queen D8, checking H7 gives nothing.
Queen A7, I just
Queen
wanted to
A7.
7, yeah.
Final trick.
Final trick, yes. But what, rook b2?
Yeah, rook b2 looks good. Yeah. Rook b2 is on the board, by the way. Rook b2, queen a5. These pawns are not going anywhere. The knight on h4, by the way, is not going anywhere. g5 is winning the game. I think anything is winning here.
Queen b7, just taking the pawn, and that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are going.
g5 is on the board.
Yeah, g5.
And bishop f8, final move. No, the game is still continuing. Of course, I mean, Kamsky doesn't want to resign. He's going to fight it out until the last bullet, because, I mean, it's quite a disappointing tournament for him so far. But, I mean, he's literally running out of pieces here.
And out of time as
He
well.
resigns.
Here he resigns, and we are having Andrei Sipenko still leading the tournament. But he's not yet clinching the victory of the tournament, right? He still
Not yet.
He still has 2 rounds to play. Maybe
Not yet, yeah.
But the chances to catch Yasipenko are getting smaller and smaller.
So maybe let's move on to the next game, which is Salem Saleh. Here is playing with the black color against Lekwang Liem. And the position is white has an extra pawn, that I can tell. Now the big question is white winning? So this pawn on h6, if white can somehow capitalize on this pawn, so I guess you would want to have the knight here, but then you don't want to lose those pawns at the queen side. So b2, a4, even if white wins a piece here with h7, if he drops those queenside pawns, it's just a draw.
Yeah, indeed. But what is actually what to do here? Maybe there is some idea of playing a5 and then with the knight trying to take the pawn on b7.
Yeah, that's really deep. We could try to do that. I'm not sure how. I don't see how, to be honest, because here knight c6 would be a very nice trick. But of course, I mean, there's also d2 ideas.
Yeah.
What I'm showing. No, I mean, this is not so easy.
This is not easy at all.
So this is on the board, knight e3, king a3.
Knight c5?
Knight
Knight
c5.
c5,
I
b6.
think it's just a draw. Maybe some final tricks with king c3. And you just ignore this knight and try to go after this pawn here. Maybe something like this can try to work. And this is actually on the board, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
You see?
Sure. He has to try something.
He has to try something.
Wait.
and-
But how do you stop now this march? So I just go to g7 and play h7. I snatch the pawn here. And with the king so far away, this could be just lost. And that's it. And that's it.
Oh.
Knight e7. And knight e7 was apparently winning the game. And yeah, maybe already it was bad, right?
Yeah, it looked like this, but not that. Somehow it happened just so fast.
Maybe already it was bad.
Maybe king still can try to get.
Somehow. But to be honest, maybe at some point black did have a draw, but Lake Mongolia managed to convert his
Yes,
extra pawn.
his very nice endgame. Okay, we are having the other game. We looked a little bit in the opening. Maybe we can see what happens since then. Now it's a rook endgame, and yeah, black is not up material, but a very nice pawn on a3.
Oh yeah, black
But
is
looks-
definitely
looks
pushing
winning.
here. The big question is, can white survive this? This rook on a1 is incredibly passive. I think it's just winning for black, to be
Yeah,
honest.
it looks like.
You want to advance the king somewhere either here or maybe the other side. Allow white to snatch this pawn and just grab these pawns at the king side, and that's it.
And get to the winning pawn endgame. Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, king e7, I believe, is played. King e7, king f2. This I see it on the board. King d6 looks pretty normal. King d6, king e3. Nah, this is definitely somehow winning. King d5, king d3, maybe, yeah, give a check. Maybe
Just cutting
even,
the king, yeah.
yeah, just play something like king d4, go here, and I'm pretty sure that
Yeah, Yeah, this is.
This is winning, yeah, of course.
White is just not in time. White is just far away. But maybe the idea could be to try to keep the king near those pawns. Actually, that's, I believe, happening in the game.
Yeah, he
What
already
happened?
he already resigned, I think. There was a check at some point. Just a second. Here, here, and here. And that's it. I mean, that's it because White didn't have any choice because here he's in simply in a Zugzwang and this loses. The rook takes on f3 and you couldn't take the pawn because there's a check.
Yeah, it's a typical trick from the rook endgame. Okay, so we still have one game ongoing. No,
No.
actually we
That's
don't.
it.
That's it. We have all the games. Which one was not really checked?
Gukesh actually managed to turn around. Unbelievable.
Oh my God.
He managed to win the game.
Oh
How
my
did he manage to
God.
win the game?
Incredible.
How did he manage to win the game? Because that was such a bad position after the opening. I mean, Gukesh wins. Queen e3. Okay, we're talking about this position. We're not impressed with knight f5. We felt
Yeah.
that black is just up a pawn.
After trading the queens, this is just, yeah, felt like it.
Yeah. So knight
What
a4.
happened?
Oh, look at that. Knight a4.
Knight a4, what a trick.
Trick is knight a4, rook b7, check, and suddenly black is in some issue with some issues here.
Okay, so that's why rook b8, rook h8 was played. Knight c5, checking.
Take it. I'm
Was
not
it necessary
sure.
to take?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I like giving up such a bishop, but okay.
Not only giving up the bishop, also undoubling the pawns.
Yeah, and now suddenly look at this position. White has a healthy pawn structure. He has two bishops. The knight on f6 is not doing anything. So knight a4, bishop e5, d4, and now I'm not so sure, to be honest, where exactly is black's advantage. I mean, obviously he has the pawn, but the position is not very clear.
Yeah, indeed, it's not so clear because of the lack of the space for the bishops. But still, okay, they even repeat it here, but
There was a time scramble.
okay.
Why not with the rook? Okay, I mean, this should be somehow technically winning, no? Bishop d6 suddenly comes in. Check, check.
Probably.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
Oh my goodness. I think Vincent just missed the sequence. Bishop d6, rook e7, check, check, check. And now you cannot play king a5, I guess,
Bishop
due to the
c7?
now you even can take it. Even this is winning.
This is actually,
And suddenly white wins.
but yeah.
Yeah. So he simply had to go here, and now, I mean, white suddenly is winning due to very powerful a chain of pawns. Look at this. I mean, now white has this amazing pawn structure.
Yes, if we just go back and look at the position with the double pawns, how can it be that the end of the story is with three powerful pawns marching? Like
Here,
just look
right?
at this.
This position.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe you know, Angelica, maybe king d7 already was not very precise because it allowed knight a4 surprise resource. Perhaps the better idea was to play king d8 and not allow knight a4.
Yeah, maybe you are right.
All right, let's check the current results. The current results, let's bring it up in a moment. Let me check it. No, they're not yet input for whatever reason. Is there a game we haven't yet seen? I think we followed all the games, so Gukesh managed to turn around the tables and win the game. Like Wang Liam's game, we did not really see from the start, right?
Yes, maybe we could check what happened in the opening. No, it's actually opening we check, but after the opening, what happened?
Yeah, the opening we saw.
Yes, exactly. So we said that basically everyone was stuck here. So, but Black tried to create some attack on the king
Yeah, this
side.
is where we left, right? 94.
Yes, 94. White decided to trade the bishop for the knight and playing f3.
That's interesting. I traded a lot of things. Okay. And white just snatched the pawn. There you go. The pawn is gone.
The pawn is gone.
And the rest, they say, was a technique. E4, take it, and somehow like Wang Liam managed to simplify the position, right? So
Yes.
he's up a pawn. So whatever happened here, I mean, to be honest, when I'm looking at this position, I wouldn't really say that black is in danger because, I'm sorry, where was this? I have to go here. It feels normal, but maybe this move rook a8 is not very good. Because after knight b6, rook c5, I'm pretty sure he blundered the pawn. I'm not really sure that that was necessary. He could have played perhaps bishop f5, instead of rook 8, bishop f5, knight c5, e4. Yeah, but definitely white is pushing slightly.
Yeah,
Maybe
you
even
are
f5,
right.
e5.
It's not really, it's the first move which comes to mind. Put the rook on a8, allowing the fork.
Right.
Okay, so
All right, that was one of the games. Gata's game against Andrei Yespenko, we already checked. How Nadic did outplay his opponent, we didn't really check it, so maybe very, very briefly, it was a French defense. The position which felt really great for white,
Yes.
right?
yes, exactly. That was very interesting how it turned out.
We left it here,
Oh, and f6 was played. We left here, and f6 was played.
leaving the g6 pawn very weak. So knight f4, king h7, queen f3, okay. And knight e5.
I was just thinking actually about this idea to relocate knight to e4 maybe. Knight e2, e4.
We just missed it,
Ah.
I think. No, wait, white is
What?
still technically up a pawn, right? White is still technically up a pawn, so he shouldn't be in any danger. It's very nice. I mean, look at this. I mean, black is dominating white's position because he has a beautiful blockade on e6, and despite the fact that white is up a pawn, black has a lot of activity. However, this shouldn't be losing.
Yes, and that proves the fact that in the endgames, the activity of the pieces is the most important factor. Even being one or sometimes even two pawns is just not actually important aspect.
Oh, so Abdusatorov here wanted more, so they already were ready. I mean, Nadic was ready to agree for a draw. They're repeating the position. Abdusatorov did push a6, and now he cannot take on g6 due to this always sneak check here. And black just pushed those pawns. Very risky choice, to be honest, and yeah, that's how we got here.
And that's why it went not so good.
That's how we got here.
And that's how Nadic is winning the other game. So
Yep.
now we have actually the result of the round 5. We have all decisive games. Lukash won against Vincent Keimer from very interesting position, which we actually thought will be in favor of Vincent. Lekvan Liam won against Saleh Salem, very nicely converting. Nadic won against Abdusatorov. So yeah, Abdusatorov just didn't want to go for a draw. And sometimes actually that's it. You have to agree for a draw if it's really a draw. And if you're pushing for the victory, it can turn out not very nice for you. And we have, of course, our leader, Andrei Yesipenko, winning the other game against Gata Kamsky, for whom actually this tournament is not really going that well.
No, I mean, it's quite amazing because Yesipenko currently is 5 points out of 5, or as we are going to see the next ranking here, you can see that Yesipenko is having 10 points out of 10 because in the rapid tournament, you're getting 2 points for the victory, 1 for the draw. Yesipenko hasn't lost a single point so far, and Wang Liem is on the second place with 7 points, pursued by Nadic with 6.
Yeah, so basically Lekvan Liam is one real candidate who can still try to catch Andrei Yesipenko, although it's very hard to believe that anyone could do it. So we have still 2 rounds to go, and for each round, for each game, players can get only 2 points.
Yep. Yeah, so while we wait for the next round to start, maybe I should have showed you the next ranking. So the next ranking, but the next round is going to start in some minutes. So here you see this is round 6. I believe it's not adjusted because it should be something like 1740 or 1750. The next round should start in a moment. But we are going to see quite a matchup of Andrei Yesipenko playing against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. So essentially, this is the tournament leader against the world rapid champion.
Yeah, it's indeed not really going the way of Abdusattorov in this tournament, although, as Arthur said, he's the world rapid champion. So that will be a quite of matchup, and in case Abdusattorov can strike back, and if Yesipenko will get some trouble in the last round, still someone can catch him.
Yeah, and also it's quite interesting to see two players who are in the pursuit. It's Arkady Nadic against Lekwang Liem. They're currently in the top half of the list, so they're going to find out who is going to be the one trying to catch Yesipenko. So I guess we're going to mainly again focus on the games between Yesipenko against Abdusattorov, top game definitely of this round, and Nadic against Lekwang Liem.
Exactly, Lekwang Liem is in the second place, so it's very important to follow how is he playing.
Right. So I do believe that the games have not yet started. You can see the players are sitting on the boards. We still don't have the games, so let's wait for a while.
Yeah,
If you have some very interesting questions, ask them.
absolutely. Just asking the questions, some questions to us, or in case you want to ask something about the players or anything else. And actually, like, we can see that players are looking somewhere up and discussing even something before the game, maybe arranging arranging something, or
Right.
something is happening there
Yeah,
on the screen.
they found something on the ceiling I definitely can try to look up. So this is board number, whichever board it
Two.
is. Two? No, board number 3.
Three, yeah,
This is
exactly.
board number 3. Let me try to look up.
So
There's the
And-
pairings. They were looking at the pairings.
And very interesting that they're looking at the pairings, I believe, from the Masters tournament, so Open tournament actually. So you see that the Grandmasters from the GMT tournament also are following the other players here. So they're also
Yeah,
interested.
they're probably discussing something, right? Right. So the next game should start in a moment.
Yeah.
Just to remind you, previously here today we had the former world champion Vishy Anand here with us in the studio. He was following the rounds 3 and 4. All of the videos, of course, you can see later in the broadcast archive. And again, check whatever Vishy had to say. He shared a lot of interesting insights about chess in India, about his thought about the world championship match of Magnus Carlsen against Jan Nepomniachtchi. His thoughts about how tough it's to be the world champion, right? So definitely if somebody has a qualified opinion, it's Vishy. All right, so he definitely can understand Magnus's feeling about world championship matches.
Yeah, indeed. And actually, right now, I was just quickly checking, who is Yesipenko is going to face in the last round, and I just realized that he hasn't played against Lekwang Liem yet. So if indeed Abdusattorov manages to win against Yesipenko in this round, the last round will be the fatal, basically the fight for the first place.
Yeah, but then again, they're fighting for the small points, right?
But in case Lekwang Liem wins against Yesipenko, then he's a winner.
Yes, but they're gathering the small points either way. So it's all the triathlon that matters. Every single half a point. I'm not really sure if there's a separate prize for winning the tournament. I think there was in the chess 960, but in the rapid, I don't remember. I think it's overall. I could check it though.
Yeah, I think also it's overall, but it's still very nice, to be a winner.
So the games have started, but we don't have them. Let me.
Yeah, we don't have the games, but hopefully we're going to get them very, very soon. And we have already some first moves played. Actually, we can see on the video pretty quickly two players are playing, most likely some theory.
All right.
Unfortunately, we cannot really see what has been played, and I believe we have the games.
Yeah, we have the game, so we are going to follow Yesipenko's game against Abdusatorov. All right. All is good. So I believe that is board number 2. Here we go.
Okay, now we can see the players as well. And yeah, what we see here on the board, what was happening, what is this?
Petrov.
What was-
Typical Petrov.
Yeah, now I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's quite a big topic, of course, and it's been increasingly popular lately, of course. One of the biggest experts in the world, Fabi Karanak, has employed it many times. Jan Nepomniachtchi has played it many times. I mean, basically, many leading players in the world have tried to play it, and it's super solid.
Yeah, and basically from the first moves, they're exchanging the pawns on the e-file.
Right.
Okay.
So knight e5, knight e4, the pawns go away. d4, bishop d3. You know, it's actually quite interesting because white pretty much ignores the knight on e4, and he plays moves like bishop d3, rook e1, and tries to get some time. So not always having the knight in the center on a very good outpost is a great idea.
Yeah, sometimes it's not very good, but what is the next move for black actually?
I think it's bishop f5. That was the
Yeah.
theory here.
Bishop
it was-
f5 protecting the
I think so.
knight.
There's a couple of moves probably.
Mhm.
f5 used to be one of the ideas also here. There's bishop g4, f5. I think this is slightly dubious continuation. I used to play it myself many, many years ago. I'm not sure what its current status, but bishop f5 should be pretty normal. And I think the game could go something like, I'm not really sure, is it knight c3 or knight e2, but just to show the idea, that sometimes white is claiming 0.15 advantage just because black has the slightly worse knight on c6. So he plays bishop f4, plays calm chess. Maybe at some point he includes queen b5, and you know black is slightly unhappy with the placement of the knight.
Yeah, but knight can still jump somewhere, so
Yeah,
that's
it
that will be
definitely
good.
can.
But yeah, but generally, indeed, knight on c6 is not very good when the pawn is on d5 or d4. I mean, for knight c3, for example, because usually the c pawn should be placed either on c3 or played even further to c4 or c5 in case of black. And knight is actually going back for d6, so probably black does want to trade the bishops, bishop f5 next move.
Yeah, I wonder what's the difference, because if you play bishop f5 immediately, then maybe the big point is, maybe he wasn't happy with this idea of knight c3, because now after knight e6, you can just take the pawn on d5 for free. So there must be some difference of the order of moves, and after now knight e6, I can
But
still
now
play
knight
knight
c3
c3
can
though.
be still played.
I
Yeah.
can still play it, yeah.
But the thing is, if Yesipenko wants to use effect from this bishop from this knight on c6, as Arthur just said, that it's actually not really nicely placed there, especially after c3 being played.
Yeah, but also here's the thing, even if you trade the bishop on f5, I mean, the knight on c6 remains, right? So for example, let's say I play c3, allow you to play bishop f5, I play bishop f4, I allow you to do the trade. What exactly did black achieve, right? So the knight on c6 remains, white is still going to play knight e2, white is still going to play some quiet moves. Maybe Abdusatorov simply has a different idea here.
Yeah, we're going to see it in a few moments, but now first, Yesipenko is taking some time for a move, and he's going for bishop f4.
Of course, it definitely makes sense to put the bishop on the most active square.
And now bishop f5 doesn't work, right?
Yeah, I think tactically. Bishop
Yeah,
f5 is
bishop
bishop
d6,
d6
and bishop
e7.
e7.
Yeah, so black loses a piece.
So sometimes some moves can indirectly stop the idea, and that's why black cannot really trade the bishops right away. So castle and c3 played as predicted.
Yeah, and bishop f5 is still not possible due to the same bishop takes on d6. I think the position is probably equalish, but slightly unpleasant. I mean, this is a very typical setup for white in many openings. Queen c2, try to get the knight on e5. And black's knights are not really ideally placed.
Yes, usually knight on d6 should be good piece. You know, it's controlling the c4 and e4 important squares. But in this case, white is taking care of all those squares with the bishop and the knight pretty nicely.
Right, and I believe that also Abdusatorov has already played knight e7, so he's clearly concerned about this bishop on d3. He wants to trade it, and I mean, this position can arise from several openings. This was the Petrov. It can also get from the
Exchange French.
exchange French. It can also get from the Rai Lopez Berlin. Right, there's several ways how you can get this. Maybe black can even play g6, so bishop f5, c6, and always the big question is exactly how much does white have? I mean, it's not much. It's a nice, pleasant advantage, but black is still very solid.
Yes, indeed. If black manages to develop the bishop or try to trade it, then maybe even he can equalize it.
Yeah, definitely he can try to do that. So we are going to leave this game for the moment. It's not a lot of action, but I'm pretty sure this game is going to heat up.
Yes, indeed. Okay, so now we're having the other pairing of the, not of the leader, but of the second place. Nadic is playing against Le Quang Liam. Le Quang Liam will try to fight for sure. And we have already some action there in the center.
Whoa.
What is this?
All
Wow.
right, let's check it. How did this
Let's
happen?
check.
Four
Four
knights.
knights.
Not very popular opening, to be honest. On d6. Oh yeah, this is definitely a way to play it out.
It was symmetrical till d4 was played.
Yeah, it's pretty symmetrical, right? Yeah, everything stands the same way. I usually, at least to my understanding from some Italian game and Rai Lopez games I've played before in my career, the big question is whoever first is going to play d4 or d5. So essentially it's a race. So white uses the fact that he has one extra move, so he plays d4 very quickly before black can play d5 and establishes some sort of better chances in the center. So rook e8, bishop c2, all of this is pretty much standard. h3, rook e1, and d5, look at that.
Wow. Incredible tension in the center.
Is it even working? So knight e5 was played, and knight e4. Are you sure it's working? Because black is not supposed to make it like this so quickly. I mean, normally it's not so simple. If white managed to play d4, bishop c2, rook e1, normally black cannot play so easily d5, and yet he played it. So knight e5, take it, knight e4.
So Nadic tries to prove black wrong somehow.
Yeah, but okay, let's check a couple of moves. Obviously, we can take with the knight, we can take with the bishop. Let's try the obvious. I just
Yes.
play the most obvious move, right? Take it here. I'm gonna take it. Could be a mistake, right? You're gonna take it. I'm gonna take it. Yeah, chess.com says I'm making the best moves, but those really are, very obvious moves. So I did not really show anything out of the ordinary.
Yes.
And the big point is rook e5, bishop h7.
Yeah, it fails to this bishop h7.
And yeah.
So
Where's your compensation, really? Okay, I believe this is on the board. Queen d8 is played. Bishop d8 is played. Pretty sure that knight h is going to snatch with the rook because with the bishop. My apologies, because with the rook it's bishop f5. Take it. Yeah, and just a draw, I think.
yeah.
So what happened here is bishop e4. Bishop c7 played very quickly. I see. What's his idea? I guess the big point is that after f4, there might be some f6.
Yes, indeed. And white cannot take because of bishop f5 pinning. Basically, the rook is pinned and the bishop is going to be lost.
This might be the idea, but then again, white has so many moves here to explore. For example, I could play bishop g6 and then do something. I could play, for example, bishop e3, give up the pawn to play f5 later.
There is also interesting bishop d2. The idea is just please take a pawn. Sorry. No, it doesn't work, sorry. I saw there is some bishop h7 check idea. No, it doesn't really work.
Yeah, and f4, by the way, is on the board.
Yeah, f4 just played.
Very obvious, because bishop f4 maybe also was a move, by the way, but I could play g5, I could play maybe king g7, you know, maybe this pawn falls.
And now f6 maybe, yeah?
Maybe, I don't know. I mean, maybe at some point there's indeed f6, but Nadic, of course, played f4. f6 is on the board. And I wonder if, like Wang Liam, he knows this position because he played it very quickly, although he has 8 minutes on the clock. Okay, maybe.
Maybe he knows something.
You know, Angelica, how it goes. Sometimes you just know the idea, or you know the idea from a very similar position, and there's something, for example, in this position which makes all the difference. For example, I'm not saying that this is the case here, but let's imagine like Wang Liam has studied or he has played previously another game, for example, with a pawn on h7, not on h6, and it works, right? And suddenly he goes for exactly the same sequence, and the pawn is on h6, and he goes from afar, it's like, oh, this is the same, right? And then he arrives, oh wait, it's not the same.
And that's why every detail in the position important, and every location of the even pawn matters, because now after bishop g6, rook e7, the pawn is protected. I mean, what to do for black? What to do for black now?
I mean, I guess he's going to win back the pawn, which cannot really be protected. Now the question is how Nadic is going to develop his pieces, because he could play a number of moves. Bishop e3 looks very logical, bishop c5. Bishop e3 f takes f5 looks very logical.
Or bishop d4 after take. Bishop e3 takes and bishop d4.
Wow.
Taking the pawn.
What a move. Does it work? Yeah. We have to calculate, right?
Okay, f5.
I'm not
there
sure.
is f5 now, but yeah, no.
I'm not sure we have. Oh, look at this. Oh, wait, Angelica, you're great. There's a mate on the board. Okay, so these two bishops don't matter at all, right? Because white is checkmating. Maybe bishop e3, bishop d4. I also wanted to add more. There might be b3, bishop a3, you know. I don't know what this is. Looks extremely interesting. So Nadic has chosen bishop e3, and now he's thinking.
It looks for sure interesting.
Why
So
not
now-
bishop d4? Yeah?
So now there is bishop c5, right? Bishop c5, bishop d4.
There's a couple of moves. Yeah, bishop c5 is also a very serious move. And I guess the idea is that rook e6 is a 5, and this rook is it trapped? Checkmate. Yeah?
Checkmate to the
Checkmate to the
rook.
rook. Checkmate to the rook. So the rook is not going anywhere. And if you leave the file, there could be problems.
That's true.
Yeah, bishop c5 definitely is a serious move, and I think Nadic is just choosing between bishop d4, choosing between bishop c5, because when you have so much experience as Arkady, you definitely don't want to play cheap. You definitely want to choose the best continuation here, and you know that most likely what he would do himself from like Wang Lian's position is that you are going to drop the pawn as quickly as possible and try to go for an active defense. So he's not only thinking about his own ideas, he's thinking about what like Wang Lian probably is going to do, what he's going to respond to that, what like Wang Lian is going to respond to that, etc. Oh my goodness, this can go forever.
Exactly, and also very important factor is the time. So he has quite a few minutes more time than Lekman Liam. So he has a lot of time to spend in this position. And in case, for example, something is really working, like bishop c5 is played now, maybe indeed rook can be trapped there if black is trying to protect the pawn.
So far, I see no compensation for black. So I stand to what I said previously. This d5 move, either it was a very deep prep, or it's just a mistake. But normally again, we go back to the starting position. Black is not supposed. He's not supposed to play it so easily d5, right? I mean, there could be some consequences, and Nadic was able to prove exactly that.
Yes, and after bishop c5, actually, we just looked at rook e6, and it looks like it is not working. So is rook d7 then the only move to save the rook, but giving back the pawn on e5?
Maybe bishop b6 is also a move. Maybe he's going to have to do it. Maybe the big point is that after rook e5, f takes, rook a5 needs to be calculated. And now the white rook cannot really go here because the a pawn is lost. But then again, the
Rook
probably, this just kills the game, I think. So rook d8 is a very, very big threat. So I guess, okay, let's take it, rook e5, f takes, maybe bishop e6 first. Attack the pawn, and after a3, rook d8. And this could be very active defense. And maybe, again, Nadic is just trying to figure out, can he try to win this? He has the pawn, but black is pretty active.
Yes, and it's important, of course, to see it everything before, because if he gets to this position and he will be just regretting that he didn't do something before. But this bishop on g6 is very nice, and I think, it's very nice theory was earlier from Artus that maybe actually Leko and Liam had some earlier, some setups with similar ideas, but with pawn on h7, and now since the pawn is on h6, the g6 square is just occupied with the bishop very nicely.
Right. So, this is the position right now. Instead of grabbing the pawn immediately on e5, Nadic is taking his time. And look at that. He played rook d1, developing his remaining piece, which is not yet playing because the e5 pawn for the moment is not going anywhere. And now this could actually allow him to win time. Rook e5, f takes, bishop e6. And now you play a3, and he's the one who controls the d file. But still, king f8, black is pretty solid here.
That is important of the tempo, basically. The one tempo is defining who is better, who is worse, or like if it's can be equalized in any way. But does black have to take then the rook on e5 after rook e5, or king f7, or king f8 can be a move. So if after rook e5, king f8 protecting the rook, maybe?
No, I think he's going to take it. He's going to try to block it. But maybe Nadic is trying to figure out, should he take on e5 with the rook right away? Should he play a3? Because in general, what white wants to do here, he wants to grab the pawn on e5, and he wants to trade the rooks. So I don't think he wants to leave as many pieces on the board, because eventually the right strategy in this position is to trade the pieces and transpose the position into winning pawn endgame, right? Because he's the one having an extra pawn. So that's why I'm saying that this rook e5 makes sense, but I'm only not sure should he include a3.
Yes, sometimes such position can happen where the opponent cannot really play any move, doesn't really have any improvement. And this can be actually the case, because what will black play after a3? Will it help somehow black to, rook d8 doesn't feel like a move, pinning the rook.
Rook e5 is on the board. So Nadic decided, okay, whatever. I'm going to just snatch the pawn. Even if, of course, Nadic was seriously considering a3, but at some point, you start to have thoughts like, am I not overcomplicating the position? Just let's play simple chess here, right? So I can take the pawn, let's just take it. Maybe I'm going to regret it later. I didn't take it, so yeah.
Yeah, if we also recall one of the game of when Gu cashed against actually Nadic, when he didn't trade the queens and he was just waiting, postponing, and then at the end of the story it mattered a lot. He had to trade the queens right away, and in this moment, Nadic is taking the pawn right away.
Yep. Exactly. All right, let's use this moment again to check the other two games. Of course, we want to pay the biggest attention to the leader games, but there's also two other games. So we're going to start with Gadakamsky against Gukesh.
That is some space advantage for black on the queen side, I would say. The pawns are so advanced.
Looks quite equalish, no?
Yeah, indeed. How did it actually... interesting how did it actually happen from the opening. Maybe we can check briefly.
Okay.
So again, Gata is
London.
going for the London, yeah.
Bishop f5, nice trick.
Yeah.
Yeah, you cannot really take it. Queen b2, queen a1 is going to win the rook. That is one of the common ideas, how black activates the last square bishop. Take it, h6. Yeah, this is quite tricky. I mean, white sometimes plays h3 to secure the dark square bishop. Black sometimes plays h6 to secure the light square bishop against knight h4. So go figure out which is the right moment.
Yeah, somehow Gata is keep on giving up that dark squared bishop in the tournament.
So yeah, this is again one of the common ideas, how white is trying to remove this annoying bishop at f5 because black did play h6 to keep it in the game against knight h4 threat.
And e4 was being pushed.
I
Some
mean,
trade.
yeah, so far Gukesh is just playing good chess. So the
Just
position,
equalizing.
yeah, just equalizing. So not much to see here. Gukesh has done everything he could have. I mean, there's no chance to, at the moment yet, to complicate the game. He's making all the right moves. But to be honest, I don't think like Gata really objects because I mean he has pretty much dismal tournament so far. He has lost the first 5 games, 0 out of 5, not the greatest mood, I guess. And at this point, you already just want to be over with that, right? So, okay, draw, fine, right? Okay, whatever. I mean, it's not ideal. Maybe it's not great for the overall ranking, but still, I mean, it gives you some sort of a confidence that you're not going to walk away with just 0 points in the tournament.
Yeah, indeed, that can be the case, and also just grabbing some points and going just home and preparing, having the rest day tomorrow, and just preparing for the classical part of the event. And actually, if I'm not mistaken, last year Gata Kamsky was even the winner of the Rapid tournament, or at least he was having pretty higher place. So, yeah, it's really surprising. But of course, in every tournament, if there are different players, it can go out differently for everyone.
Right, yeah. I don't really remember, Angelica, how exactly he performed in every single tournament. I know that, of course, he won the overall ranking last year, but yeah, maybe he won the Rapid. I don't really remember. All right, this position is definitely playable. f5 nicely secures the knight on e4, f3, king f2. So I think Kamsky's approach is like, okay, I'm going to try to push it, but of course he knows it's not much. It's not much.
Yeah, it's not much. So maybe we can go and see what is happening in the game of Keimer, because there were some comments actually from the chat about his game, and here we are actually. So what is going on with that king in the center?
Is black going to castle at all? He's just stuck in the center. He's not going anywhere.
Long side maybe?
No.
Oh no.
Yeah, okay, let's check this. So Vincent doesn't want to castle.
So
He played the Karakan. All right. Yeah, so
far everything is solid?
everything
Okay.
is okay. I take that back. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So before suddenly things tend to heat up, instead of the automatic a6 to secure the pawn chain here, black tried to complicate the matters, and whoa, a piece sacrifice.
Peace sacrifice.
Whoa, look at that. Whoa.
Wow. Move after
E6.
move. Saleh Salem just bombing basically the moves out to Vincent.
I mean, he's such an amazing creative player. It's always so much fun watching his games because he finds the hostilities in even seemingly normal, peaceful positions. Very, very sharp, very dynamic player. And of course, Keimer understood, okay, listen, this is too much because f takes, is bishop h5 check, you're going to play g6, white can snatch the pawn, and king e7 is just so wrong for so many reasons. I mean, it just blocks your entire kings how to be developed. Maybe it's just not bad, but it looks terrible.
Yeah, something like f3, just kicking the bishop somehow, and then the idea is that g6 square will be lost the control, and e-file, as Arthur is showing, will be open directly at the king. So yeah, that's why sometimes it's time to give back the material.
I'm not even sure if Vincent saw something really specific here, what we didn't like it, because very often we just trust our gut instinct. And gut instinct is like, listen, this is wrong, right? This is wrong because my opponent just unleashed this incredibly interesting piece sacrifice, and I think he appreciates that. So he definitely wants to develop his remaining pieces. But now, the king is still in the center.
Yeah, the king is still in the center, and there is a material equality here, right?
Yeah, by the way, minor issue, the knight on h4 was just eaten. Queen c5, bishop e5.
Minor detail.
Minor detail, yeah. And now the question is, what exactly does white have?
Yeah, interesting. Okay, rook was played to c1, so there are some ideas of playing queen c8, and after queen d8, playing bishop d7, taking that knight. Because of the pin, black cannot take the knight, the bishop back.
Okay, for example, I'm going to make some random move a5. Of course, it's totally random. Check, here, take, here, and queen b7. Could be a big idea, because queen d7, rook c7 wins the queen. But of course, black is not going to make this random move. Wow, what an idea, right? So instead of an automatic knight f3, which would allow black to castle, Salem selects doesn't allow black to castle short, and it cost him a whole knight.
Yes, and after bishop b5, knight d7, rook c1. Yeah, so black has indeed to protect from this very unpleasant idea, queen c8, and there is no opportunity to castle. What to do?
I think the clocks are a bit stuck here. Okay, now we got an update, queen g4. Black defends the knight, it's threatened with a mate.
Very messy.
Very messy position.
So queen c8 would be a problem right now, I would say, right? Because after king e7, checkmate is a threat and queen is under attack. What can white do?
That's a very good question.
How to protect the checkmate? Probably bishop f1 is the only move.
No. You're down a piece. I guess you want to do something here, but how? I'm looking at bishop d7, but I try to calculate queen c8, but there's just queen d8, and not sure if there's a follow-up. Maybe something like this. I'm not sure. There could be some rook c8 ideas, but then again, bishop f5. Protects everything.
And what about taking? Oh wait, some moves are played.
Yeah, queen g4.
Queen g4. Queen, bishop d7, queen d7, and queen b4. Idea is we're still holding the king, and we want to play queen fb8 with the idea rook c8.
Yeah, absolutely. Something like this could be played. That's why I'm not sure. I'm not sure at all. So f6 is queen b8, queen d8 is rook c8. White wins the queen. But maybe even this position, for example, you need to calculate this until the end. You taught me that, Angelika. So even this needs to be calculated.
Yes,
because now your queen is simply disconnected. That's a mate threat. f3 is bishop f3, and actually maybe white is just losing here because the queen is not playing unless there's a check on c7.
Yes.
Okay.
This is just going crazy, right? So
yeah, this could get totally crazy. But okay, let's go back to the leader game. We don't want to miss the action of Andrei Yesepenko against Abdusatorov, which is board number 2, I believe.
Yes. Maybe we can move a little bit the camera to Yesepenko to the left.
Yeah.
Because he's sitting now. Okay, very funny. Okay. Okay, so quite some moves were played since we were here last time. We had this Petrov, right? And it was pretty peaceful, and now we can see how it all turns out.
Of course, white is trying to keep up the game. because it's not only about the rapid tournament. Again, I mean, Yesipenko is the sole leader with a perfect score 5 out of 5, but this is a part of the triathlon tournament. I mean, you want to get as many points as you can. So even if Yesipenko is so much confidently winning the tournament with 5 out of 5, 3 points ahead of everybody else, he wants to score more, right? So that in the end, in overall ranking, he got a lot of points.
Yes, absolutely. That's why every game he's trying to find and tries to win. And I mean, even if after this round he's for sure going to be a winner, still he will try to win the last game, or I mean, at least a draw. So not losing for sure. Just not coming to the round, just claiming the victory.
Yeah. So C4, Rook C1, Queen E1. You know, I have a feeling that Yesipenko needs to be a bit careful here, because he created himself a weakness on D4, isolate the pawn on D4. Black has an excellent outpost on D5, and he's also below on the clock. So maybe he already decided, okay, listen, I mean, my adventure didn't really work out, so I'm gonna just try to make a draw. Sometimes this happens. You try it, then you realize, okay, listen, this is not going anywhere. Let's just try it, escape it, because I'm still the leader of the tournament, and draw is fine.
Yeah, he needs this, secure, the safety, and he's going for the queen trade. So yeah, in a way, it looks okay, but the knight is pretty strong on e4. So after the trade, pawn takes. I mean, knight is controlling so many squares from e4.
So you want to
Very
take
nice.
it, right? Definitely, that's a move. I think it's already quite clear here that Yesipenko is trying to hold it. He's trying to hold it. He knows. I mean, his adventures ended unsuccessfully. So okay, let's try to take the draw.
Maybe queen e3, fe, and rook e7 to protect the b7 pawn, so we can play something like bishop b3. So now it's really a threat to take that pawn.
Also, the pawn on e3 could become a target. Black could try to target it somehow. Maybe f6, g5, h5, g4 ideas. There's so many brilliant ideas here. But I think also Abdusatorov is not rushing with the trade, because if he takes on e3, it secures the pawn on d4, right? So it's not like he wouldn't want to press on the pawn on d4. So he could also play something like queen d6. Queen d6, remove the knight, maybe queen f6, knight e6, knight f5. Try to get to the pawn on d4, snatch the knight on f3, and just take the pawn on d4 for free. And he played it. He
played queen f6 indeed, and he's not willing to trade the queens just yet. He wants to keep even more pressure on this d4 pawn. Yeah, and still, for example, queen from e3 cannot really move. There are ideas of jumping with a knight, so keeping all those tactical nuances of the position. Very nice from Abdusatorov.
Yeah, and they're down in the last minute. At least Yesipenko is. Abdusatorov has slightly more time. Knight e5, of course. Yesipenko tries to close the e file. I guess you could see whatever, queen d8 or queen d6 with f6 later. Yesipenko is trying to stay in the game.
Yeah, and we can see that Abdusatorov is playing a6, in a way fixing that pawn on a5, so there is no a6 trying to, spoil the structure of black on the queen side. And knight g4, immediately attacking the queen.
That's a good move. I like it. He's trying to simplify the position. Of course, he's not only attacking the queen, he's threatening queen h6. And instead of the queen g5 simplification, Abdusatorov keeps the queens on the board.
Yeah, and that sometimes can be something which can really, hit back. But we will see. I mean, so far it feels like Abdusatorov is doing many good things.
Yeah, he is doing all the right things. So knight e6, indeed, he is going after the pawn on d4. The idea is to play knight f5, maybe at some point even knight b5. I mean, white has the beautiful knight on e5, but it's going to be pushed away with f6.
And now queen can go back to f6, I would say, because there is no knight g4 anymore, and I mean there is no knight move anymore because queen is just will be hanging on e3. So
Right.
So yeah, but maybe queen has to go on d8, as you just
Queen
queen
e7.
e7.
But Yesipenko is down on 13 seconds. I mean, this is so unpleasant. I mean, he is being pushed. His opponent has the better position. He knows it, and he's down on the clock. This is not a good combination.
Yeah, that's indeed not a good sign for him in this game. And yeah, again, if we're considering the pawn structure, it's not good. And if Yesipenko cannot manage to do something right now in these next moves, because, you know, in case he finds something dynamic in the position, it still can change. But otherwise, it's just static advantage for black here. And after trading, actually, black is winning the pawn.
Yeah, but I'm not sure if Yesipenko intended this because he has no time to take on d5 due to the fork on e2. So Abdusatorov got exactly what he wanted. He got his pawn. And now this is already a technical position. But then again, I mean, knight c5, white can always organize some counter. But look at bishop c4. What a move by Abdusatorov.
Incredible.
You cannot take it. There's knight e2, 4. What a find.
And now rook d8. Attacking the knight the second time, right?
Well, this was clearly missed by Yesipenko.
Oh.
He knows he blew it. I mean, the position was incredibly unpleasant.
But now rook can take on c4.
Yeah, and that's not on c4.
Now rook can take on c4. So what will Abdusatorov do now?
Bishop.
Probably trade.
Yeah, I think I saw bishop d3, rook b3, and whatever the next moves.
Yeah, he decided to keep the bishop because actually bishops are working better with the rooks. And yeah, it's a play on the two sides of the board, and the bishops are very mobile, so they can be combined. And I think it was very good to take that knight, so it's not aiming for the c5 square, attacking those pawns on the queen side.
Right. But Yesipenko is still alive. He's still alive, and in the end, you look at this position, is that black has all of those pawns in the color of his own bishop. So this is something that black cannot really change. But I guess Abdusatorov's idea at some point might be to play rook c1, c5, trade this pawn, give up the pawn on b7, snatch the pawn on a5, and eventually put the light square bishop on e6 and push forward a pawn.
Yeah, absolutely. It can be a plan. And the thing is that both players are down a minute, and even Yesipenko has just half a minute, so it's very hard now for them to see all the details of the position. So something can be missed, and it can backfire.
I don't like this rook d6 by Abdusatorov. It's incredibly passive. I would be thinking about how to push forward those queenside pawns. At the moment, white's two pawns at the queenside holding together these pawns. I guess you need to play either c5 or b6. Rook d6 was a bit slow to my taste, but I guess it's still fine.
I was considering before to play something like h4 for black, trying to keep, this h3 pawn there on the light square, and then going with something like
You mean
exactly, yeah, and going with something like bishop f3.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But he played king e7, and actually, Yesipenko managed to play h5 to basically fix the pawns on the light squares.
Abdusatorov's technique is not really great, so far, because, okay, he has the pawn, but somehow, this rook on d6, look at it, and he is not pushing forward those pawns. These pawns are still on the color of this bishop. So I would say that Yesipenko is doing really good job so far, trying to make a draw, but I just can't help but feel, again, we have to go back to this moment. It did feel that black had more. Maybe he had to try to keep the knight. I'm not sure. Maybe take on d3, rook c4, rook d7, keep the knight. But then again, at some point, you're going to have to push forward your pawns, and the bishop will be very strong. So this felt a technical position, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think something like rook c1, c5. Maybe he was concerned about the pawn on b7, but okay, it's easy to tell they're in time trouble.
Of course, and I believe maybe this rook d6 was too passive, and you can see now actually rook went all the way to g1, trying to attack something, and there are two weaknesses right now for white: b4 pawn and g3 pawn, but it's not so easy to attack them. And now actually rook of black is somewhat trapped there, like cannot really go out in a good way.
Right. So both players are down in the last 10 seconds. They're blitzing it out. The position is changing rapidly. Black is holding. I'm sorry, white is holding.
But
The
the,
bishop on b5 doesn't do much, does it?
but the structure remains the same. So basically, for that, I would say that the precise evaluation also doesn't really change that much. I mean, should not. Okay, so king is trying to go somewhere another way.
It's still a very unpleasant position for white because all it takes is just one blunder, and for example, the pawn on b4 on g3 drops. Black is not risking anything as long as he keeps the rooks on the board.
And the rooks were traded. The rooks were traded, but wait a second.
How did this
Isn't
happen?
it just...
He just blundered. Yeah, that's what I told you. Yeah, he just blundered rook e3. The pawn on g3 is gone. Like he had no choice but to trade rooks. This is not what Yespenko wanted.
But this looks like a lost bishop endgame because we have the same colored bishops and with two extra pawns just slowly pushing them. I mean, of course, there is some chance because all the pawns of black are located on the light square, so white's bishop can still try to truncate something, but I'm really not sure.
Could be extremely tricky because these two pawns are holding these three, and these two pawns are holding these three, right? So either you play king d5 with the idea to play c5, but you allow white to play king g5, or you play king f6, allowing white to play king f4. I don't see immediately, to be honest, and neither does Abdusatorov, right? I mean, of course, he's going to try to blitz it out. He can amass a lot of time, but eventually, you need to come up with a plan. Where's your plan?
Maybe somehow to put the bishop to e4, something like this.
I'm going to go away. Bishop e4, king d5, I'm going to go here, right? You need to calculate that. You don't want to lose an endgame having two extra pawns.
Yeah, for sure not. For sure not.
The bar says black is winning, but if you ask me immediately, I don't see immediately where's the win.
Yeah, and also very hard to find the plan being so low in time. But yeah, indeed, he has to go. He has to find something, and he goes for some.
At some point, he has to make a break of something like g5, h4, f4, something. But which is the right moment? So at the moment, they're just repeating the position. Abdusatorov tries to use every single second he can on his opponent's time to think of something, but at some point, if he wants to win the game, he is going to have to make this very big decision.
Yes, he has to break with the pawns and sometimes even sacrifice a pawn. But what if you're just pushing something like c5, for example, keeping the bishop on e8, protecting this g6 pawn in case king is coming all the way there, and like something like this.
Yeah, definitely, it's an idea, but which is the right moment, right? I'm not sure. So c5, king d5, allow white to play king g5. Yeah, sure.
Also, the pawn on d7 is hanging. Okay, maybe actually now after bishop d5, bishop goes away, and now c5 maybe.
I think it's going to be a draw, Angelica. I don't think Abdusatorov has came up with a plan. He's down on seconds. Although he knows the importance of this game because he is playing the tournament leader. He wants badly scored the victory here. He's doing so well. But
yes, he needs also points for the Grandmaster Triathlon and ranking, so he needs this pretty badly.
So again, to remind you, the FIDE rules is that you can legally make 50 moves without trading any pieces and pushing any pawns, but then in the end, your opponent can just raise the hand and say, listen, I call an arbiter because I counted 50 moves. And according to the current FIDE rules, I think arbiters have to stop the game if they have been playing over 75 moves.
I'm sorry, Arthur, there were already some moves made. We are not in the actual position.
Oh, I missed something, right?
Yes.
I missed something while I was talking about my brilliant moves.
Actually, c5 was played at some moment, and now,
what is
happening?
Else. How did this happen, by the way? So he did find a good moment. Oh, that was a careless move by Yespenko.
Should have
kept the bishop on the long diagonal. He allowed to play c5, king d5, exactly the moment that Abdusatorov was looking for. Now king b5 gives some chances for black, and now Yespenko knows, okay, he slightly misplayed it. Now he's trying to figure it out. But the bar says it's a draw.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
Beats me. I mean, I don't know where it is.
Yeah, so king should take the pawn, right? What is... What is...
I don't know.
this? Maybe the idea is that the king somehow can keep the black's bishops there on a file.
King
so
c5 has to be played. You want to imprison the king. King c3.
King
King
c3.
c3. That
Interesting, interesting.
I'm not sure about that. I thought king c5 made sense to imprison the king. Maybe there was something that he didn't like.
So now I believe black has tried to push a pawn a little bit, maybe.
I mean, it's still a draw. Let's check it. So I think he wants to collect this pawn. Yeah, this is exactly what happens. We have reached 100 moves. I believe this is the first game so far in the tournament we are having over 100 moves.
Okay.
Bishop
Now
d4.
bishop g4 should be played. I mean,
I think so, yeah. King d4. Whoa. Whoa, what just happened there? Why did white lock out his king? And that's it. Abdusatorov is winning. He is winning because bishop b3 already should be securing the a-pawn march.
yeah, what
A3
happened?
here.
What happened? I don't-
a3. Look at the
Maybe,
corner. Yeah, that's the right corner.
That's the right corner, exactly.
Abdusatorov managed to trick his opponent, and of course Yesepenko already knows. He knows this is completely lost.
So even if black manages to take this pawn on f5, black is just keeping this g4 square with the bishop, so no g4 breaks can happen. And after taking the pawn on
That's it.
h4, it will be just a victory. And indeed, Yesepenko resigns.
The leader
What a
goes
game.
down. The leader goes down in round 6. So Yesepenko's perfect run stops after 5 perfect rounds. He loses round 6, having already reached what seemed to be like a fortress. I mean, we have to go back to this critical moment. He let his guard down. And he repeated position a couple of times and played bishop d1 automatically. But I do believe it was Abdusatorov who made a trick here. Instead of bishop d5, he played bishop c4. And Yesepenko probably blitzed out bishop d1, and boom, now you have c5.
Yes, and that created huge chances for the victory, which Abdusatorov manages to make to the full point. And actually, for the scoring system of the GMT tournament, it means 2 points. Yeah, and actually, maybe we can look at other results which we have from this round, because I believe the person who is trying to catch Andrei Yesepenko has just won the game. Lekwan Liam won against Arkady Nadic. That means it's making him closer and closer to Yesepenko. And the last round, we of course are going to follow their matchup of the two first places. And
Yeah, you could see definitely on the camera, Yesepenko is still sitting at the board. He's definitely upset because he knows this was a very important game because he just lost with the white color against one of the closest people who are trying to catch him. But okay, that's chess, c'est la vie, so to speak.
yeah, exactly.
All right, so let's check the current results. And I think we are going to make a short break shortly.
Yeah, so we're having the draw between Gata Kamsky and Gukesh. So, yeah, interestingly happened. And, yeah, of course, the Andrei Yesepenko losing his game against Abdusatorov. Lekwan Liam, the second place now with 9 points, so only 1 point behind of Yesepenko winning the game in this round. And we also have... what are other? Can you please go back to the pairings? So also we have the Saleh Salem winning against Vincent Keimer. Of course, it's not important for the first places, but it is something still we have to.
And the
we have to
final
consider.
round results here for the next and final round for the rapid tournament will be, you see on the board, Gukesh plays against Salem Saleh, Keimer meets Arkady Nadic, Lekwan Liam is going to play still the tournament leader, and pretty much this is a clash between top two players here in the rapid tournament, and Abdusatorov is going to face Gatakamsky, who is not having the greatest tournament of his life. And in the meantime, probably we are also going to make a short break of something like, what is it, when the start is the round? It's not 18:10, definitely, it's slightly more, but we're going to make something like 5 minutes, short break. We are going to be back at the final round of the GMT Rapid Tournament. Please stay tuned. Come back with a fresh cup of coffee or cookies or something. I mean, I don't know, but don't go anywhere. We are going to be back in a moment. And we are back live from Biel, the 55th International Chess Festival. Angelika Volkova, I'm Grams Nations. We are back with the final round of the rapid tournament of the GMT triathlon.
Yeah, and we had some amazing games from the previous round, and the last round is about to start, and we have the two people who can win this tournament. Even though Andrei Sipenko is currently the leader of the tournament with 10 points, behind him is directly Lech Wangliem, and he's facing him right now. So basically, if Yesipenko is not losing this game, he's going to be a winner of the tournament. But if Lech Wangliem manages to win against Yesipenko, who is in not a great mood after his loss against Abdusatorov, everything can change.
Yeah, so just a second, the camera is a bit stuck, and all right, it's stuck. Just a second, I'm not sure why we are not getting the feed, but definitely the game has already started. The final round is on. Lech Wangliem plays with a white color, tries to outplay Yesipenko. Let me try to once again switch, and it should be good. Okay, here we go. Here we go. This is definitely not Yesipenko.
But maybe first we should fix this camera.
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna fix it.
Because earlier we were looking at Yesipenko because he was indeed very upset after his game. Actually, when you looked at this overview camera, during the break, you could see that Yesipenko was basically sitting on the same place till the last round. So it's indeed something big for him, and we can see how he's now sitting at the board.
Really concentrated, because this is yet another clash between two leaders. In the previous round, he lost a very important game with a white color in a position which already seemed that it's sort of a fortress, but yet no, he rushed at the wrong moment and allowed his opponent to capitalize.
Yeah, so let's see what happened in the opening here. What was actually played here in the first move?
So indeed, d4, knight of 3, we have the semi-Tarash again. And instead of d4, this time Lech Wangliem plays e3.
So he doesn't want to trade pieces that much.
I think he just goes for the isolated queen's pawn structure willingly, with some ideas to organize the typical kingside attack here. Bishop d3, sometimes bishop e1, queen d3. All of these are very thematic ideas. And yeah, queen c7, knight e7, bishop d6. I don't really recall this immediately, but definitely this is one of the common ideas that Black is doing.
Yes, and also Black took the knight on c3. So basically, Black is connecting the pawns, but it doesn't mean that the pawns can be stronger. I mean, they can be, of course, but those are hanging pawns which also can be attacked and in a way can be a weakness.
I think some decades ago, people used to play something like knight f6, b6, bishop e7, and try to outplay the opponent because of this isolated pawn on d4 and a weakness, a great spot on d5. But the practice proved that White's chances are better. I mean, he has this easy attack going at the king side, and that's why the modern approach here is to take on c3, make these hanging pawns that Black can easily organize some pressure against.
Yeah, and considering the fact that knight is going back from d5 to f6, that's of course not a good idea. If indeed Black wants to go for isolated pawn position against White, they can simply go to the queen's gambit accepted, taking the pawn on c4.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have already some trades of the pieces, and bishop takes on f4, so queen should take.
I think Yesipenko feels pretty much comfortable, because I also look at his position and he's doing great. So there's no reason to be concerned. Maybe he managed to calm down. And sometimes that's all you need, really, because when you have this terrible game, when you let something go, it's important to have a reset of the mind. And yeah, that's why Yesipenko was spending a couple of moments at the board after the sixth round game against Abdusatorov, collecting the thoughts. And he just needs to make a draw at least to secure the lead of the GMT after the rapid tournament.
But I think it's psychologically very difficult, after such a loss, pretty upsetting one, to keep it solid. What do you think, Arthurs?
Definitely, it's difficult. Yeah, I mean, I can relate to that. I'm also a professional chess player. I can relate to that. That sometimes losses do devastating blows to the mind, and it really, really depends on the situation. It depends on the character, how well you can recover it. I do believe that Andrei is mentally strong, despite his young age, but you're gonna see it anyway.
Yeah, he has a great experience anyway, despite being very young and one of the younger players of the tournament. So,
Yeah, and for Wang Liam, on the other hand, this is also an excellent chance to try to overtake the leader. But also, I mean, it's not really like a must-win situation. Of course, it would be nice to win the game, but he already played a good tournament so far. So even if it's a draw, so he's still in the second place in overall rankings and excellent chances to take over Yesepenko in the other two tournaments.
absolutely. And we have some pawn sacrifice, but of course, the pawn cannot be really taking on c3 because of the knight. Nice bishop h7 due to the hanging queen. Of course, Andrei will not take it. He's going for rook c8, and now he is indeed willing to take that pawn. Probably rook fc1 should be played.
Yeah, something like rook fc1, maybe even c4. I'm not sure if white wants to play c4. Probably he has to at some point. C4, maybe knight f6. At some point, white is going to snatch the pawn, most likely on b6. And the question is this anything at all for white? So I have a feeling that at some point, Yesepenko is simply going to take on f3 so that white's pawn on d4 becomes more vulnerable. Maybe that's also the reason why white is not going to push c4.
I don't really like c4 for one reason. So after c4 is played here,
Yeah.
maybe there is an idea for black to take on a5 and play knight b6, putting more pressure on those hanging pawns. And if the one pawn is pushing, the other one is becoming weak. And if c5 is indeed pushed, the d5 square will be super nice for the knight.
And if I play c5?
And if you play c5, I go knight f6 and knight d5.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe, of course.
Yeah,
It's
maybe.
all,
Definitely it's an idea. I was more thinking about what you just added here about this idea of e5. Yeah, try to ruin white's pawn structure, get a very nice outpost on c5, for example, d5, knight c5, and then, for example, if white is completely oblivious what is happening here, just take over the game due to the awesome blockade on the dark squares, at least ideally.
Yes, and if we compare knight to the bishop, we can obviously find the favorite.
Yeah.
So, what was played?
Takes was played, rook fc1 was played. I think Wang Liam is going to keep the option to play c4 for a moment later. There's no need to rush it.
Yeah, that's indeed correct. And what is black going to play for? Maybe somehow trying really to go for this e5.
I think Yesepenko already could have, he played rook e8, but he could have played already, I think, bishop f3, which seems normal to me, and then play e5. But then again, this bishop could be pretty strong. Let's say if I plays, for example, I'm not sure where you position the bishop. Okay, maybe this is not very great. I'm not sure what happens here after the trade, but let's say we have this position. And this could be a bit risky because white has a strong central pawn. The bishop on b5 is pretty active. Probably it's quite drawish, but Yesepenko decided, okay, I can always take on f3, right? I mean, maybe I'm going to play e5 in one go, and there's no need to give up the bishop.
Yeah, the bishop can be potentially strong, and it's not clear if it's good right away to go for e5, as Arthur said. And bishop b5, very nice square for the bishop, and now actually bishop of black. So Yesepenko will trying to trade the bishops and.
Is this invitation for a draw? I'm curious.
I mean, of course it is, but Wang Liam, I don't think is.
I'm not sure. He could as well agree because this has been a very tough day. And he is doing really, really well so far. So, yeah. But probably he's going to try. He's going to try to play on.
Yeah, for sure. And also considering the fact that he has quite some time, he can consider and find some ideas. Maybe he will go, for bishop a6, bishop b7, and remove bishop to some another square. So not keeping the bishop on c6. So there is still, this rook X-ray pressure on the queen.
There could be e5 as well. I think black is just doing fine. So after bishop c6, no, I have no illusions about this game, Angelica. I think it's going to be a draw. I think it's going to be a draw because black has no visible weaknesses. You can see how confident is Yesipenko here. His idea is to play b5, knight b6, try to occupy the squares on b5 and c4.
But meanwhile, if black is really going for something like b5, knight b6, there can be some ideas of putting the knight on e5 and trying to play for the f7 square. But as we can see, white is pushing c4 right now.
Now, maybe the tricky moment here is that Yesipenko has to make up his mind. Does he want to play b5? Does he want to make it more complex? So he didn't play it, he played h6, but this would invite white to play c5, right? So he has an outside pass pawn, he can play knight f6, white can play knight e5, I can play whatever, queen b7, knight e5. Now this is not very obvious, this would be pretty sharp. So I think Yesipenko is not going to play b5, he's going to try to play it safe. He played h6, and here like Wang Liam positioned the rook on b1, and the idea is, I'm not going to allow you to play b5 anymore.
Yeah, so everyone is trying to keep it solid, not to allow the other side to take it over. So very logical. Of course, no one wants to lose this one, and.
But I think you just even wait. Queen d6, queen c6, queen e6, because you look at this position and ask yourself, how white is going to advance? The pawn on b6 is well protected. There's no other weaknesses. Knight e5 would remove the knight, but also make these pawns perhaps slightly more vulnerable. No, I'm pretty sure that this should end peacefully.
And playing on the king side should not help, right? Playing for something pretty crazy like g4, g5 should not lead to anywhere.
Oh, g4, g5. Yeah, that is
too aggressive.
I'm pretty sure that like Wang Liam is not even looking at that direction. Not here. In some positions, yeah, sure. Open the g file maybe, but here?
Yeah, the problem is, this hanging pawns can be easily attacked. So there should be, those pawns should be for sure just guarded very nicely so that nothing happens there on the queen side.
Right. I'm not even sure if Yesipenko is right now thinking about the game so much, because usually when you have this body language, it's like, okay, listen, I know I have a very solid position, but I think it's just this general feeling about the way he played in final 2 rounds. It's just something like, okay, he's happy, of course. He's happy that he's about to secure his first place in the rapid tournament because the position is super solid. But then again, you start to look back at the tournament and you remember, listen, something like 1.5 hours ago, I was leading the tournament with 10 points out of 10. I had such a great lead. Then I rushed this bishop bishop d1 against Abdusatorov. The game is still in your mind. Now you recollect how the game was going, etc. I'm pretty sure he's confident he's going to hold this.
Yeah, that's the psychological factor is very important in the chess, especially if it's a rapid tournament and you don't really have enough time to recover after your previous game. But okay, we can see pretty normal body language from Yesipenko right now, I would say.
Yeah, so I don't think we are going to follow this game too much at the moment. So instead, let's check some other games. Perhaps we should check Gukesh against Salem Saleh.
Yeah, so let's see what is happening
is
there. We have.
I have trouble finding them.
They're hiding.
Here they are.
So it's some. What is this?
There's no reaction.
Is it some Slav defense? What was it? Yeah, there is some action on the king side.
There's definitely some action at the king side. Very, very quickly, let's check how this happened. Again, c takes, bishop g5. Some queen's gambit decline, clasp structure, very typical. Short cast, rook e1. and f3.
So instead of the typical idea of pushing the b4, a4 pawns with the b5 idea to create a weakness on c6, why decided to go for the e4?
Yeah, e4. Usually this idea is somehow played with the knight on e2 when the pawn on d4 is protected, then after d takes, f takes, the knight on e2 protects the pawn on d4, but I guess on d2 it also should be playable. Now you see the knight on b3 protects the pawn on d4, so he's about to play e4. And he did. And he did. So black tries to organize some counterplay at the king side. Sorry, let me go back. And yeah, suddenly things started heat up. Queen f6, king g2, rook d4, there goes a pawn. Whoa, what just happened there?
What has just happened?
So bishop c4, knight c1, g3, check. Why not king g2 though? Because this drops a pawn. I think this was missed by Gukesh. So there are 2 pawns under attack. He had to play king g2 and give up the pawn. I'm not really sure what was wrong with king g2 here.
Yeah, king g2, protecting the pawn, attacking the knight, and if knight checks on f4, then king can go to h1. Only then, because then, first of all, the knight is hanging, and second, of course, queen f6 is not possible.
Right. I don't know. Maybe it was
Hallucination.
something. I don't know. Whatever. Gukesh gives up the pawn. The position is now quite unpleasant because not only black has an extra pawn on c4, but he also has some attacking perspectives at the king side.
Yeah, I would say it was not very successful if e4 push for white in this opening, yeah.
No, but it felt normal, to be honest.
It felt normal, but with knight on h5 already and queen on g5.
Yeah, difficult to tell. I'm thinking maybe something like queen f2 could be played to secure the king side. Let's say knight f4, this is a threat. You could play king h1, and whatever happens here. So,
And trying to be solid.
yeah, not necessarily this is an achievement for white because black also has no weaknesses. He has the bishop, and if white pushes something like d5 or e5, he risks to overstretch the position of the pawns. So, yeah, the fact that he can play f3, e4 doesn't immediately guarantee him success, but it's one of the plans here. So, yeah, whatever happened here, he missed the pawn, and now he's trying to defend it.
Yeah, and we are having this 4 against 2 against on the queen side for black. So in case it goes to the end game, it will be very, very unpleasant. Even this position is unpleasant for white, for sure.
Very quickly, I'm going to check the game of Wang Liem against Yesipenko.
Wow. D5.
No, there's nothing happening, right? Is there?
D5 was
Pretty sure you can just take on d5 a couple of times.
No, only one time. Rook on a4 is hanging.
Ah, the rook on a4 is hanging. Okay.
Only one time you can take.
Okay, still should be okay. Take. Maybe this is an invitation take on b4. Rook b4 takes, rook b1. No, Wang Liem is definitely playing. He is finding some chances. So maybe this rook a4 was not very accurate. It invites to play d5.
Yeah, very, very nice resource found by Wang Liem.
Let's maybe check what is the body language.
Yeah, exactly.
Of the players.
No, sometimes when the square is protected for a long, long time, and this d5 move was not really possible earlier, somehow you just forget that this square still, this d5 can be possible because, this queen is just completely how to say, protecting too many squares, so it cannot be like this. So d5.
But rook a4 was not necessary. Why? Why do you play rook a4? The pawn on b6 is not yet in danger, right? So you can play. Whatever move you can play, even queen d6. And even in some scenarios, let's say white wins the pawn on b6, I mean, this pawn on c4 always makes a fine target. For example, something like queen e7, queen b6, I'm not even sure if white has any realistic chances to win the game because there's some queen g5, rook a2 ideas, and this pawn is not going anywhere. But, I mean, either way, Yesepenko played rook a4, it's understandable, he wants to simplify the position, and now, after d5, he is thinking.
Because probably I think he thought about rook takes on a4 and then d5, but not d5 immediately.
No, but this had to be not missed. It's a very, very, not a very, very, but a bit strange. So
Yeah.
let's check what happens after rook b4. Take it, here, here, and queen e4, yeah?
Yeah, the problem is that pieces are not well coordinated for black, so that's why it's not really working out.
All right, so I cannot take on c6.
So knight has to go.
Yeah, but if I remove the knight, there could be knight e5. No, this is a monster. Maybe it's playable, but...
Yes, the sixth pawn is for
And it's
sure
on the board, by the
monster.
way. It's on the board, except it's knight c5. He accepted the challenge.
Wow.
Oh,
Okay,
did-
we will see some action for sure.
But did he have to? I could take. This also had to be calculated. Take. Ah, yeah, now you cannot take it due to the queen e8, yeah? And the rook on c6 is under attack. So you cannot really do that.
Very
All right.
nice. Yeah.
And if you cannot take it, what can you do? Queen a8 maybe?
Queen a8 maybe to passive queen e7 or something.
Queen what?
Queen e7.
Queen e7. Oh, that's a great move. And if I take it, yeah, this is unpleasant.
This is very unpleasant.
This is unpleasant, and I have a feeling that Yesepenko's position here is deteriorating. So he managed to complicate the matters and not into his favor because white is not risking a thing here, right? I mean, I don't think that white is risking anything. He can play knight e4 or knight e5. The pawn on c6 always forces black to keep the rook on c8. And this is one of those moments when actually having two rooks against the queen is not always great.
Yeah, absolutely. You have always to look at the position. You know, normally the factor which we are looking at is the king safety. But okay, in this position, black's king is safe, so that's why queen of white cannot really create something. But the pawn on c6, if we just imagine the position without the pawn on c6, I believe it would be still in black's favor. What do you think?
Oh, definitely, yeah. If you remove this pawn, definitely black already is better because he has two rooks for the queen and extra pawn. But the pawn is there, and it's not easy to get rid of it. So here, after knight c5, white played queen a3.
The idea is after rook c6, there is queen a8, yeah.
Yeah, queen a8 check, black loses the rook. So obviously he cannot do that. I mean, Yesepenko just must be kicking himself. I mean, why? I mean, okay, maybe I'm just not correctly understanding Andrei's mind because I felt that the way he played out this opening, the way he traded the pieces, I already thought he had made up his mind. That was my thought process. This is how I treated the position. And then he played this rook a4, which is part of the simplification. And whatever he missed here, maybe he played rook a4 with the idea that, oh, wait, d5 is impossible. I just take on b4, right? And then the opponent plays d5, and now you wait.
Wait, what?
Wait, I mean,
what?
this is
Yeah.
actually impossible. He doesn't look very happy.
Yeah, and we can see his also, hairstyle is already a little bit chaotic. Probably he's just, thinking with his hands, taking his head, like already.
No, this
Yeah.
is already incredibly unpleasant because the pawn on c6 is very strong. There's knight e4, knight b5, c7 ideas. So the strength of the rooks is that they should be connected together, right? So that they're doing something. For example, you have the rooks on the second rank. They're targeting the pawn on f2, targeting the pawn on g2 or something, but they are disconnected. They're not doing a joint effort.
Yeah, and there are still like two moves to be played so that they can be connected in some way. And even if that happens, pawn on b6 can be easily, lost very, very soon.
Yeah? Knight e4, knight b5. This closes the rook's defense of the pawn on b6. White can try even to play something like queen a7 and snatch it. King h7, queen a7 is played.
Arthur, do you believe it's somehow connected with the previous game, that he psychologically somehow, I don't know, just lost his concentration at some moment and didn't see this d5?
Not yet. I mean, maybe it's just, yeah, somehow psychologically linked, but I'm pretty sure that he is sure that he shouldn't be having such a terrible position. But I think he's not happy with his decision making. He's definitely not happy because, you know, I can tell this definitely from my experiences that the chess players, they're incredibly demanding, they're incredibly critical of themselves, right? And they play something they don't like, and then later they like torture themselves. Why did I do this? Why did I do this? I should have been more careful. I should have, you know, followed what my opponent was doing. Why did I rush, right? I mean, concentrate. And you always are incredibly critical to your performance. And I wouldn't be surprised if Yesipenko is, yeah, not happy with his decisions lately.
And actually something interesting happening on the board. So White is trying to exchange the c6 pawn, I believe for f7 and some activity near the king. Is it possible? Queen f7 and then bringing some knight?
No, but he starts with knight e5. That's even more annoying.
Yeah, yeah.
Knight
You're
e5,
right.
rook c8, played very quickly.
And then queen f7.
For some reason, the bar didn't like it. Queen f7, now there's some ideas, checkmate ideas, not immediately. Maybe knight g6, knight e7, maybe at some point knight g4, knight f6. Queen and the knight, they're a very powerful combination.
Yeah, and just a bit earlier I mentioned that sometimes when the queen, when there is a position with queen against two rooks, the king safety is one of the most important factors. But I said, okay, we had the pawn on c6, but what Le Quanglin is doing, he's exchanging basically his c6 pawn, powerful passer, for the attack against the king.
Yes, and in time trouble, it's double unpleasant, right? So, of course, Yesipenko sees all of these ideas, but the biggest problem is that, I mean, he just cannot understand which is real and which is not. He sees knight g6, knight f8. He sees knight g4, knight f6, and that's why it's so annoying to play against such a strategy when your king is under attack.
Yeah, and you can see that he's almost like falling from a chair because he's just he's just bouncing on it. He cannot understand how did it come to such position. So rook d1 was played, you know, trying to bring the rook at some moment back to protect probably.
Yes, but also we have to give a lot of credit to Le Quanglin, who kept the game going, because I felt at this moment, I mean, my feeling was that he already thought, okay, this is probably going to be a draw, because, you know, when you're at that level, you feel that normally your opponent is not going to give you chances. And then, boom, suddenly Yesipenko plays rook a4, and it's like, oh, I have some chances in this game. And so far, Liam is playing excellent chess.
Yeah, for sure. That big credits to him and for us watching this exciting matchup.
What do you think? Do we have very, very quick chance to check some other games? Because, of course, this is the game we want to follow. We want to not to miss very shortly without following too much. Let's check what is happening in the game. Keimer against Nadic. What is this? Keimer has an extra pawn. Should be a great position. The pawn on a5 is weakness. I think Keimer is doing great. Try to win the game. So let's not follow this game too much because we want to follow the matchup of the leaders. Gukesh against Salem Saleh.
Still those pawns on the queen side.
Yeah, but Gukesh has managed to organize some sort of a counterplay at the king side. Maybe it's not much.
There is some c3 which can harm at some moment, you know. Very, very dangerous. Like both sides are being like in the huge pressure. Okay, maybe quickly we can go to the Abdusatorov game.
Yes,
and because I see some
game.
moves in the
And Abdusatorov appears to be winning against Gatakamsky because this is simply an exchange up. Maybe Black and somehow try to hold it, but you know, doesn't look great for the American Grandmaster. All right, and then we go back to the leader game of like Wang Liam against Andrei Yesepenko. Queen G6, I'm sorry, not Queen G6, but Queen G6 first, Knight G4, incredibly annoying idea. So Knight F6 checks is a threat, Knight H6 is a threat. How do you defend? Because Rook D7 allows a fork.
King has to go maybe to H8, but
Yeah,
then
but
knight.
You don't want to miss something like this. Maybe
Yeah.
your rook is somehow hanging, and this is something you don't want to check in time trouble. You want to play it safe. You don't want to blunder the rook.
Yeah, you are right. And what was played?
King G8. Just a
G8.
second. King G8 was played. Ah, wait. It was...
King H8 was played.
Yeah, it was a
Ah,
repetition.
so repetition, okay.
It was a repetition.
And now Knight F7, so not allowing king going back to H8, but basically saying, okay, if you want to move your king, you move to F8, bringing it even closer, you know, to the center and opening it up even more.
Yeah. King F8. So somehow black is holding. Maybe there's just no way through, but I still think that white can play this position for a long time. There's no need to repeat it.
Yeah, there is no need to rush, just... but yeah, already Lek Wang Liam spent 2 minutes. He had 3 minutes before, and now he is down 2 minutes on the clock. And he decides actually to push with the F pawn, trying to open up everything possible.
Yeah, you need more soldiers in the war. So he is trying to also attach some pawns, maybe f5 at some point, maybe knight g5 at some point. No, actually, I think his idea is to play f5, and the queen on f5 is targeting the rook on c8, and also threaten with some discovered checks. Very unpleasant move in time trouble to meet the black.
Yeah, and of course, like thousands of lines can happen here, and that's indeed not a position for the rapid. I mean, in this case, it's already not a rapid, it's already almost a bullet, I would say. Of course, there is still an increment here, but very unpleasant to get such position under a minute of time.
Right.
So what do you think can be a move here for black? I cannot really even imagine how you stop that f5 idea.
I don't know. Rook d7, normally my natural reaction would be I try to gather all the pieces towards my king so that my king feels protected. But maybe after rook d7, there's something specific, like rook d7, maybe there's knight e5, maybe after rook c7, there's f5, you know, and you try to make sure if you're not missing anything.
And the thing is that you cannot remove really rook from this d file, because if it's removed, there is knight d6 idea. So in case, let's say rook f1, stopping f5 idea, there can be a move knight d6, attacking the rook and the checkmate. So let's say now here rook f1 being played.
Here, rook f1.
For example, yeah. Just protecting from f5. But knight d6 immediately winning, no? Because rook c7 can be played, protect, because there's a checkmate on e8.
Right.
So he played, I believe, rook d2, right?
He played...
Rook.
Yeah, he played rook d2, indeed. f5 is on the board. Queen f5. No, not queen f5.
Not queen f5.
What? Knight g5 he played, no?
Knight
No.
h6.
Knight h6, rook d7.
Wow. Yeah, incredible, because of rook on d2, he couldn't take the knight. Yeah,
Right.
and also this is a threat.
Yeah,
so
queen
two
h6
threats.
also. Queen h6, of course. Maybe it's even better.
Yeah, everything is a threat.
Queen f5. Oh, Yesepenko
Oh.
here is on the verge of the defeat. He's on the verge of the defeat here. So are we going to see another winner? It already felt that it's going to be Yesepenko after 5 rounds, but he suffered a loss in the last round with white color. And here he had a very secure position after the opening. And no, I mean, he missed. He played this rook a4. And maybe he just missed his chance to win the tournament.
Yeah, that would be really, I mean, unfortunate. It feels really there is no way out of here. What can black do? I mean, the king was pretty secure, you know, there on g8, but now it's all the way on d8. What an incredible work from Lek Wang Liam.
He's just
been
lost.
made.
He's just lost, I think. I mean, you just push forward the h-pawn and that's it. So I think Yesepenko really knows. I mean, that's it. I mean, I blew my rapid tournament here because he lost the previous round. Now he's about to lose this one. And either way, it's going to be very tough for him to gather the thoughts for the classical tournament, but we still have a rest day tomorrow.
Absolutely, he will try to think about something else and just try to prepare for it. But yeah, I mean, even though first place doesn't really matter in the rapid tournament, but still, such an unfortunate two last games.
That's sport. That's sport. I mean, somebody has to win and somebody has to lose, right? So here, why we are saying that White is winning, he has two connect pass pawns at the king side. The black king is weak. There's always some discovered attacks. Knight c3, of course, there's no need to trade the knights. Like Wang Liam keeps the knights on the board.
Knight b5, knight d5.
I think at the moment, like Wang Liam is just trying to win the exchange somehow with some tricks, because at some point he can simply push those pawns.
Yeah, like he can push the pawns right away, but like Wang Lim is just saying, okay, I can still make black more miserable, with this knight and the queen. They're absolutely dominating, Usually when there are two rooks against the queen, two rooks are trying to dominate because those are two pieces, and that's why it's normally winning for the side with two rooks. But in this game, of course, White has had much better position because, first of all, that pawn on c6, and afterwards, because of the king safety, or rather unsafety.
Very nice combination by like Wang Liam. Knight b6 here, you'd miss that. Knight b6, queen f8 check, giving the king check, snatching another pawn. Now White has 3 pawns. Okay, the c4 pawn is probably going to fall, but White still has 2 connected pawns and a lot of easy moves to make.
Yeah, for sure. It's this is just over.
I mean, Yesipenko is still fighting. Maybe we could still see an endgame, rook against queen.
Yeah, who
and
knows?
that's the Vietnamese technique. I mean, it's not really so simple, because sometimes you get these positions, the defense on the 4th rank, right? It could be interesting, but I think that like Wang Liam can avoid that.
Yeah, I think that White is going to slowly push those 2 pawns, and at the right moment, maybe indeed, queen can take one of the rooks, and one of the pawns will for sure promote, and that will be it.
Yep. All right, so we're lagging a couple of moves behind. Either way, White has to push forward his kingside pawns, g4, g5, h6. Now finally the black rooks are connected, but the king is so far away. I wonder if black would actually have any chances if his king was here at the kingside, but it's not.
Yeah, then there will be some other issues for sure. I mean, the queen will be able, I think, would have been able to get the knight, the bishop, the king out from the h8 even. Yeah.
This game is over. I think this game is over. Of course, Yesipenko is going to try to play it out. But even at some point, White could give up the queen for the rook, and then these connected pass pawns should decide the fate of the game. For example, they already stand somewhere g6 and h6. White just gives up the rook, the queen for the rook, and those pawns advance. But Yesipenko is going to fight it out. He has nothing to lose. I mean, he has everything to lose, but at the same time, he has nothing to lose.
Exactly, and I just recalling the last round, how lucky it was for Lech Wang Liam that he won on time, right? Previous game against Arkady Naidic, and now here he is also getting, I mean, not luck, but he was lucky that he's playing Yesipenko right after his defeat against Abdusatorov, and Abdusatorov is also helping him a little bit by beating Yesipenko in the previous round.
Right. Actually, I think Andre probably is hoping, please give me that endgame rook against the queen. At least I have some chances, because if White just promotes to the queen just like that, I'm just done here. So maybe I can somehow trade that rook for those connected pawns. I know it's losing, but maybe I get some chances there.
Yeah, the problem here is, actually he's indeed going for
Whoa, what just happened there? Why did the bar drop? What just happened there? Queen takes on c1. Did like Wang Liam just rush with something? Rook a1, king f5. What just happened there?
And king is on b5.
He blundered g6, rook h5 check. This was his idea. He thought this is winning. This is a classical trap. Rook h5 check, that's a draw.
And you cannot go neither to g4 or to nor to f6. Oh my god.
Unbelievable. So he just blew it, right? I mean, this is no longer winning, is it? Is this no longer winning? Wait, what? Just a second. I play here, here. How is this? How is this? Check here. No, maybe it's still winning. It's still winning, no? No, he's still
Yeah,
winning.
it's still
He's still winning.
winning, yes.
No, actually, we got a bit excited about the bar, and to be honest, it felt not really necessary, but you have to give a lot of credit for Yesipenko fighting so far. So this queen c1 here, let me check it again with the engine very quickly, very quickly. Rook h1, king f5, king c6, king g6, king d6, king h7, king e6, g6, and rook g1. This was the draw. This was the draw. The draw was still in the game. Yesipenko apparently just missed a major chance.
After g7,
G7,
king
king f7. He played automatically. He played automatically this move. King e7, and after g6, for some reason, he can no longer play rook g1 because white simply plays king g7. So this is really incredible, right? Look at this position. King e7 loses, king e6 is a draw. What a huge moment here. But either way, I mean, the game finishes with probably deserved victory for the Vietnamese Grandmaster who clinches the Rapid tournament.
Absolutely incredible game. I mean, such an amazing, play out of the opening was there also for white. I mean, maybe one more time we can check. Okay, maybe this position, yeah, we can one more time check. So king e7, yeah, if king e6, g6,
And
rook
precisely this move.
and now king g7 is not possible because of king f5.
And that's a draw. And that's a draw. I mean, this is a heartbreaker, but either way, I mean, I'm not sure if Le Quanglian really had to do it. He played queen d2 here. Did he really have to sacrifice the queen here? He played queen c1. Was this necessary? I mean, couldn't you just play g6?
No, I mean, think rook h1, no?
No, rook h1, the pawn here is protected. King g2, right? That should be a win.
Yeah, but then somehow maybe...
No, that's a win. I think he simply, this was probably, I felt this was a hallucination because he was probably intended to play g6. He missed his rook h5 check, that he had to change his mind. And apparently here king e7 was a counter blunder by black because king e6 was drawing. It was not absolutely an obvious draw. So
Yeah,
let's check very
indeed.
quickly what happened in the other games.
Yeah, we still have some time till hopefully the winner of the Rapid tournament arrives to us.
Vincent Keimer beat Arkady Naidich. So he was doing really great. We left it. I mean, we didn't really follow the game too much, but he had the extra pawn. He managed to push forward his g pawn. In the end, he managed to get a mating net. So, great game.
Yeah, very nice game for Vincent. And what else do we have here? So Gukesh against Saleh Salem
Yeah,
manages to win.
Gukesh
Yeah.
managed to win, and
It
this
was
is
very
actually
interesting because at the beginning we saw that it was not really the case. Such positions, huge pressure on the on the king, white's king. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So Gukesh just blundered the pawn after the opening, and the position was not looking great. However, he kept creating chances. The position was getting really complicated. Here, knight e3, knight g4. Maybe in the time trouble, Salem Salek blundered the idea of knight e5, knight h6. Now here, suddenly, the game became quite unpredicted. So black still has the extra pawn, but it did not really matter. White kept advancing his pawns. Look at this great move, h5.
Yeah, absolutely.
Creating two connected pass pawns in the center, and black has two extra pawns, yet he's the one who is in trouble here.
And I think we just make a short break just for 1-2 minutes, and we're going to be back with the winner of the Rapid tournament, Le Quanglian.
Don't go anywhere. We are going to see you in a moment.
So welcome everybody back, and we are having with us the winner of the Rapid Tournament, Vietnamese Grandmaster Le Quang Nguyen. Congratulations to you.
Thank you.
How was it for you? Tell us about your experience of this tournament.
Yeah, I think it has been good so far. I didn't expect to win the tournament today because, I mean, after the first 4 rounds, Andre was playing just so amazing chess and he was winning all the games. And I think I play okay, but nothing special, and I missed some chances against Kamer. But then I was extremely lucky against Nadish. That game I should have lost. He played such an impressive game, and he was winning throughout the whole game. And then, for some reason, he forgot about the clock, and he flagged. Even in the final position, he was winning. So that gave me a big confidence boost because I feel like luck was on my side. So in this last game, I know that I needed to win to win the tournament. Luckily, I mean, for me, Andre, he lost the previous round, so I thought maybe he could be a little bit tilted. But okay, the way the game went, I think it was nothing special. Like, for example, this was the critical moment in the
Yeah, so for
the
example, we
game?
just can go now
yeah.
to the game, and now, yeah, exactly. So we have here Rook B1 played by you, and here Andre was playing this Rook A4.
That is a good move.
Mhm.
But after D5, I think he got a bit too ambitious. So I think he could have taken ED, CD, and then Queen A8 or Queen C2, and it should be very close to equal.
Just protecting the
yeah,
rook,
just
just
protecting the
keeping.
rook, and that should be a draw.
Mhm.
But maybe he miscalculated something. I don't know. So the trick is after Rook B4 DC, like what happened in the game, Rook B1 King H2, Rook C6 is not possible because of Queen E4.
Exactly.
So that was the trick, and I think he told me that he missed the move Queen A3 after Knight C5. So this is very important because if
No.
I don't play Queen A3, then he has Rook A1, Rook A7, and he defended. He could be able to defend on the pawns. For example, if I go like Knight E5, he can go Rook A1, and then Rook
Rook
A7.
A7, just
yeah.
holding the position
Yes.
together, yeah?
Yes.
Okay.
So after Queen A3, I was very happy with my position. I thought, okay, I am very safe here, and I can try to play for a win. And yeah, I think I didn't play in the best way, but his position was always unpleasant.
Yeah, it was interesting for us here that you didn't want to, to protect the pawn, but you basically went for this, king's position, and you went for this very nice queen A7 move, and yeah, after even like here intermediate, and just went for the king.
Yeah, I mean, usually queen and knight is a very good combination to attack. And here I basically can have draw anytime I want with Queen G6, Queen F7. So I wasn't worried here, but I was just trying to find something more.
Of course, and yeah, here it felt very unpleasant for Andre.
Yeah. Yeah, after Knight F7, King F8 is only move, and then F4, and I think the position is quite tricky. I don't have an immediate threat, but there's always something in the air, like for example, Knight E5, F5, something like that. And I think Rook D2 must have been a mistake.
Yeah, the problem
What
is
is
that you
like-
cannot
yeah.
really remove rook from the d file because of
Yeah.
the knight d6, yeah?
Yeah. So I think maybe
Maybe
he has to
knight-
go Rook D7.
Rook d7 all the way back, yeah?
Yeah,
Mhm.
and then
And
I would
here?
go Knight E5, Rook somewhere C7, yes. And then I don't know, I would have to think here.
F5? Or
Maybe Queen H7. Yeah, Queen H7 I think is very strong because I'm threatening Queen H8.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so maybe this is not defendable for black. Yeah.
Very hard to defend. Yeah, and after this rook d2, it was very nice that you
Yeah.
immediately spotted that, yeah.
Yeah, but when he had just an exposed king, there should always be
Mhm.
some tactics for me. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was nicely how you managed to win all the pawns on the king side, and then king went all the way to the queen side.
Mm.
Okay, so here it was all, I believe, in a way forced.
Yeah, this I know I should be winning for sure, but the rooks are always a bit tricky. And I think the way I won in the end, it was just by one tempo. Basically, if he had one more tempo, he could have saved the game. But yeah, here Queen D2, G5. So here, Yeah, I think g5 is okay. Rook c4. Here, I'm sure I should have something better. I don't know.
Maybe queen
g6.
d5 or something?
Maybe g6.
Or g6, yeah, g6.
Here, I'm sure I must be winning because rook c3, then I just take and king g4. But
Yeah.
I was a little low on time, and I thought this was winning, but then eventually I saw this idea. G6 here is a big mistake.
Yes.
Go back.
Uh-huh.
Here, like if I
Yeah.
go g6, then he has rook h5, yeah. And that is a well-known draw.
Yeah,
and then
here
rook h6,
cannot go.
yeah. So that's the problem. That's why I have to go king g6. Yeah, so I think this is winning, but just by one tempo. So
Actually, we cheated a little bit. We looked with an engine, and there was
wasn't
actually a
winning?
way. There was one way, and
oh,
here after king d6, king
Okay.
h7, this king e7 was a big mistake.
so king e6, yeah.
King e6, and
G6, rook g1, king g7. Oh, king f5. Oh, that's why. Yeah.
that
Yeah.
was. I mean, of course, we missed it also, but
Yeah. Oh, that's why king e6
That's
is
why-
better than king e7.
and after
yeah.
king e7, it of course doesn't
Now
work.
it's winning. Yeah, king g7. Yeah. No, king f5. Yeah,
But
yeah. So I was a bit lucky to win this game too.
I mean, you were lucky the previous round and
Yeah.
with this game as well. So yes, you said already you won on time, out of losing position against Nadic. And of course, it helped you a lot that Andrei lost the previous game, so it somehow was shaking a little bit his confidence, right? And
Right.
you had this shot. So you just said you had basically this moment where you think that the tournament can work out for you right at the end, before the previous round.
Yeah, before the last round, I think I had some chances, but of course I know Andre is a very good player, so I just want to try to get a game, try to get a position where I can play a long game, and I got what I wanted, and he made those small mistakes, and that's counted in the end.
And you already, knew from the beginning that you will play him in the last game. You were already, so to say, psychologically trying to concentrate on that.
Yeah, I mean, I know that was my only chance if I wanted to win the tournament. But still, I mean, this is just the rapid section of the tournament, and it's not over. So I think now I have a 1 point lead. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
So that's a nice thing to have. But of course, the tournament is still very long. And
Exactly. It's like three
Yeah.
sets of the event altogether.
Right.
So tomorrow is a rest day. So you're just going to prepare a little bit for the games, for the classical, or what are we going to do? What are your plans?
Yeah, I think we are going to Omega to have the visit of the company, and I think that would be that will be a very nice experience for us. And after that, of course, I will prepare a little bit for my game.
Yeah. So you will just have to, a little bit get rid of chess for some time, but then you can keep on going.
For sure.
And how so far do you like the event here in Biel? So you played already Chess 960, this tournament, rapid tournament.
Yeah, I like it a lot. This is my first time in Biel, and I like the format of these tournaments that we get to play everything. Chess 960, rapid, bliss, classical. So it's a good mix of everything, and the most consistent player will win. So I really like it, and hope that I will play well too.
Okay, thank you so much. Big congratulations from everyone who was watching. I mean, it was quite impressive finish of the games of the tournament.
Yeah, thank you.
So, thanks everyone for watching. We are finishing the coverage for now. And tomorrow we're having a rest day, as Lek Wang Liam just said. And on Thursday, we're starting with classical part at 2 p.m. Central European Summer Time. We're starting with the round 1. So, don't forget, on Thursday, meet you here at the same time, at the same place at 2 p.m. See you. Bye-bye.